is this? Change? Impossible! Unacceptable! Change! Well, Kitty, looks like we're a video gamer stream now, Kitty. This is now we're part of the mob, the masses. Sorry, Kitty, we're not a unique, totally hipster idea of just reading books on stream all the time, all day, every day. Now we're reading books with pictures that you have to click on your computer screen. Oh, wow, I can't believe it. You know what I'm saying right now? Not that funny. Not particularly funny. It's not like, maybe it's cringe even. Maybe you'd even say it's double plus unbased. I know I say this to no one, but, no one watching, but, at least not live. But, I can do whatever I want on my channel. But I do, prefer to stick to, books, and, well, visual novels are a, type of book. I, don't plan on playing Fortnite next or anything. Probably just back to reading, physical, paper books. But, I had the idea to go through one of my favorite here visual novels. At least one of the really, I say one of my favorite visual novels. The only one, the only one I've ever read or played, whatever. I don't know how to put it. I guess I did Doki Doki a Literature Club, but this is better than that. Katawa Shoujo. Crippled girls, I think is what that is. That's what that means. Real good stuff here. I had to turn off the adult content. Wouldn't want any adults to watch this. Okay, don't take that as an admission that I'm breaking CAPA. Uh-oh. You see, this is what I have to fix. I gotta get somebody in here to tell me if the screen's working right. Because right now, it's not, but I also am not sitting in the actual, I'm looking at my stream studio here. No, I always feel the need to talk. I don't like the... Why does Second and Charles, okay, bookstore, feel the need to text me every 5 seconds? That's the second text today. I got a text like 5 minutes ago. I don't care, Second and Charles. Well, I'm not going to be able to look at my stream preview here because I don't know enough about computers to have this and Katawa Shoujo both in windowed mode and it not look ridiculous. At least I don't know enough about it to know if I'm doing it right without somebody telling me, oh yeah, you're doing it right. You see, this is why I read paper books instead of this. Katawa Shoujo. I don't know nothing about no Japanese, so this is going to be hard. Once again, haven't said even one funny word since this started. So, sorry about that. Sorry I'm such a failure as a entertainer. But I'm pulling up the Katawa Shoujo walkthrough here so I can get the story I want. Because, well, you know what? I don't know if I should do the story I want or if I should just, well, just picking your own, just picking the choices you would make. There's a pretty good chance you'd just die and you can't really play the game. I'm getting somebody in here to make sure I'm doing this right. Hey, one viewer. Okay, one viewer. I hope you're the person I'm talking to now, because I need somebody to tell me how things are looking. Because right now I'm pretty sure it's just right off in the corner of the screen. The game is. Game, visual novel, whatever. Yeah. Okay. So when I do this, does it get any better? And I'm talking to the person on Discord who is the person who's also watching. Very funny stuff. Very bummy nut. Oh, don't talk to me. I hope you're not talking to me on Twitch, because I'm gonna have to. Okay, very difficult stuff here to use a computer. Very difficult stuff. Let's see if I get out of full screen mode. Yeah, it still looks like it's. Oh, that's cool. Whoa. Well, I don't know if you guys can see it. My mouse is going crazy. Okay. So if it's in full screen mode, like it is right now, as you can see, is it still off in the little corner of the screen? Or does it have my little face right up here and the rest of it showing at a decent size? Pretty funny that I'm not getting any response there. Hello? Anybody home? Very hilarious. Oh, there we go. Now that's what I need to see. That looks great. It's got kind of funny, annoying borders. I don't know how to fix the Twitch basic border, but can you hear the game? And that's the other thing I need to know. Can you hear the music? Probably a soft little piano piece right now. That's the only other anything other than that. And well, I mean, those are the two things I need: game sound and game visuals. Wait a second. No, not home. Yeah, it might be worth turning it down a smidge. I'm looking at my stream, and I can see that the gameplay is full screen. Or, well, you know, not. It's all showing up. Very strange. Okay, I'll turn it down. Oh, I just muted it. Options. Also, your computer fan is blasting pretty loud. Alright. Let me figure out how to function on a computer. Mic gain, yeah. I'm gonna try turning on some noise suppressing technology. I know the visuals are not perfect right now, but when I go back to full screen, they should be good. Yeah, my mic gain is all the way down, or maybe it's all the way up. Oh, it might have been all the way up. Hard to tell. Did this help or did this hurt? It's all the way down, so you probably might not even be. Oh wait, that hurt. That made it way too high. Okay. It's all the way down right now. really loud now. Yeah, that was probably when I did it before. But like this, is it okay? This is all the way down with my noise suppressing technology that Twitch just has, the audio mixer. Very entertaining stuff here. I appreciate your help. Better now, but still hear the fan. Yeah, I can see it just as a very, I can see it as a dull background white noise on the bars. No, don't convert to mono. Oh, what the hell? I mean, heck. Oh. Did that do it? It doesn't look like they're... Looks like the white noise is gone. Huh. I think that fixed it. It worked. Thank you. This from edit audio. Okay. So if I do this, it all looks good and the sound is all good. Am I wrong about that? Is everything okay? You can hear the game all right. You can hear the... You don't hear the funny fan in the background. It's only noticeable. I think it now only comes on when you're talking and is hardly noticeable. Well, to audio files, now it just needs to be full screen. Okay, to audio files, that'll probably really, really bother somebody that they could probably hear my fan whenever I speak. But audio files are degenerates. They're scum. And I don't know. I got no jokes. Also, you should put up chat. Yeah, where is chat on gameplay? Thought it was here. Okay, I'll add a chat later. Oh, it's over my face. Okay. Test message. Oh. Yeah, why is it not, why is chat not coming through? It apparently exists. That's really... I moved it over to the side. Did that help? It's on my face. It's on your webcam. It's small. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere on here, and I think I would be able to. Which... Funny stuff. Okay. Remove messages. Remove after how many seconds? Animate from left, right, top, bottom. Why would the... Why would the chat not be appearing, I wonder? That's very annoying. Let's see if the internet has any answers to this conundrum. Uh, Chat not appearing on Twitch gameplay stream. Maybe internet. Well, I probably should have my Ethernet cable plugged in just in case that is the problem. But I don't think it's an internet problem. Uh, Chatbox is made to show stream messages in the stream, not on your screen. What? Am I crazy? Was there not? Okay, so it's a. You need to use something like a chat app with option Chaternio. Chaternio might have it. Am I crazy that the chat was on the screen at a certain point when I was streaming in the past? See, I'm real bad with computers. Said, sometimes a quick hit of the F5 button. Oh. Just, whoops. Accidentally just nuked the chat or nuked the stream. And I still don't see chat on the screen. It said sometimes a quick press of the F5 button might be enough. I didn't realize that it would completely nuke the stream. It would be nice to have stuff up on the screen, but I mean, if it's impossible for me to figure it out in enough time, I guess it was the rush, but if I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out, I guess. Have to. Hmm. IDK. 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 Yes. This in-game overlay will only appear in games that use DirectX 9, DirectX 11, OpenGL, and Vulkan for their graphics. And do not support. But you have to get your own custom overlay for games that don't automatically. Am I crazy? I might completely just be me. I just skip to a. I can't do any. I can't do anything with computers. I don't know why my brain just. It's like when I was in school in math class. My brain just goes, "Oh yeah, I don't understand this. I don't even try. Don't even try. Don't even try." Like I just skipped to a random paragraph in this Twitch Studio in-game overlay help.twitch.tv website. Skipped to a random paragraph and read it because it seemed all right out of context, but it's a ridiculous thing to do. I just need to sit here and read it. But Let's see. The in-game overlay will allow you to read chat, view events in your activity feed, and see your stream status and viewer count directly over any game that you are capturing. No, this is not what I need. See, this is completely ridiculous. If I would have just read for 1 second, I wouldn't have wasted the 10 seconds of time I took reading the other. Chatbox is made to show stream messages in the stream, not on your screen. You need to use something like a chat app with above all windows option. Chatter, do you know, might have it, or if I remember correctly, Restream has a program for chat overlay. So this is just something separate that I'd have to figure out that I don't think is a big enough deal. Because if I know how Twitch works, you can still see the stream messages. It's just not on the screen. I probably could do this in OBS. I do have OBS here, but well, whatever. It's not like anybody watches these things, anyways. Oh, you know what? I want to have it so that I can look at the stream chat. That's right. I guess I could just join my own, watch my own stream from my phone and do this the janky way. 20 minutes since I said that thing about Second and Charles. Ridiculous. I hate that time just keeps going no matter what. When I'm figuring this stuff out, time should stop for me. I don't want it to take time to learn things. Ridiculous. Okay, I'll just have my. I'll just watch the chat off of my phone. If anybody views, I suggest the. Okay. I guess I could literally have just checked the stream out of my own phone. Sorry that I wasted your time getting you to answer me questions. I guess I could have done it this way. Am I completely frozen? I can't even tell. Man, computers are. Oh, oh wow. Okay, so I'm not. I hear the game was kind of loud though. Well, that didn't really help. Okay, now it helped. Okay, so I have to talk into the mic to be heard. Now I understand why people always said that. Because I literally looked down. I can hear myself. I looked down. I was talking like this, and I couldn't be heard. Actually, I guess I could hear it there. Um. Okay. Well, I guess if I can see my own activity, watch my own stream, kinda, off on the side, then I'm good. I can make sure everything goes right. Texting while on stream, unprofessional SMH. I'm texting myself. I'm on my phone looking at my own stream here. Does everything look good? Does everything sound good? Am I okay right now? I have to kind of remember to talk this direction into the mic. Uh, I feel like, because if I even do this, kind of seems like it was because I was doing this and you couldn't hear a dang word I was saying. You couldn't hear a dang word I was saying when I was doing this. I was doing that. It seemed like it to me when I was looking at the stream for about 10 seconds. But if everything looks good here, I mean, this is. I know that nobody's watching, but it's just an excuse for me to play Katawa Shoujo, one of my favorite visual novels, anyways. Uh, yeah. Yep. Thanks for your help. Thank you for your help. Just gonna sit here and play Katawa Shoujo. I'm gonna know what path to take. Sorry to be on my phone so much at the beginning of this boring stream. Uh, but I need to figure out. It's the first time I've ever done it like this. First time forever. Time or nothing. Uh, First time I've ever done a stream that wasn't just me sitting in front of a camera. Um, so yeah, Katawa Shoujo. Oh my goodness. I hate the Safari app on the iPhone so much, so intensely, with such a burning passion that I have absolutely nothing else to say about it. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just trying to pull up the routes for the Katawa Shoujo uh, visual novel, and they're all on Reddit, and they all want me to log into Reddit. I don't have a Reddit account. I don't want to make one here just to do this. I never browse. Good advice for anybody. Never browse anything, ever. Don't browse Reddit. Don't browse 4chan. Don't browse Facebook. Don't browse Instagram. Don't browse Twitter. Don't browse any of them. You just use them. Like I'm trying to do now. Use Reddit. Just go in, pop in, use it, but it's mature content for some reason. I mean, I know Katawa Shoujo. It's not exactly the. It's not exactly a. It's not exactly gonna be on. Hmm. Can't even say this joke because I'm censoring myself. I don't. What I would normally say is probably too dirty. I don't know if what I'm allowed to say on Twitch. I mean, I know I could say probably whatever, but I don't know the consequences of saying certain things on the internet. And literally, what I'm about to say is not dirty. It's not that bad. It's just a funny P word. This game's not exactly the funny P word. But I mean, I don't want to just be dirty mouthed on camera. Okay. try. I think I got it. Joe. Katawa Shoujo. Ay, this is boring me. Can't imagine any single human being will watch any of this. Not like I get views, but please don't be mature content. Okay, why are none of them on, when I click on a link and it's not the thing I clicked on, just some random discussion. Katawa Shoujo subreddit. Oh, it makes me angry. Oh, it makes me so angry when technology just doesn't do what I want it to do. I can't stand the layout of the internet right now. Some serious changes must be made. Okay, let's see. Suggestion to the Katawa Shoujo subreddit. Let me check. They might actually have this before I just go saying this. KatawaShoujo.com. Let's see. Maybe this has the walkthrough. Let's see. Put this link here. Okay. Here's an Imgur post. Okay, you see, it's kind of hard to follow, kind of hard to read because Imgur, it's hard to read off the mobile. It's actually much too hard to read. Okay, I think I can figure it out. Now it just comes down to whose story am I doing? Ren. Definitely doing Ren since I've never done her before. And I get the feeling I'll like her. I have done the Emmy, Hanako. She's best girl so far that I've done. Emmy, Hanako, Shizuni. I've done those three arcs. I think I started Lily. I can't remember. I don't know. I don't think I ever finished hers. But yeah, it's gonna be Rin this time. A light breeze causes the naked branches overhead to rattle like wooden wind chimes. This is a popular retreat for couples in the summer. Deciduous tree provide a beautiful green canopy, far out of sight, teachers and fellow students. Now, in late winter, it feels like I'm standing under a pile of kindling. I breathe into my cupped hands and rub them together furiously to prevent them from numbing in this cold. Just how long am I expected to wait out here anyway? I'm sure the note said 4 p.m. Ah, yes, the note slipped between the pages of my math book while I wasn't looking. As far as cliches go, I'm more a fan of the letter in the locker, but at least this way shows a bit of initiative. Japanese people really do this, leave notes for each other instead of just. I mean, I guess I've seen it done in American television, but I don't think I've. Well, I mean, obviously it happens to me. I've just got so much charisma. I have to beat the women off with sticks. They don't even have to come near me, and I go looking for them just to beat them with sticks. Um, as I ponder the meaning of the note, snowfall gradually thickens. Snowflakes silently falling from the white painted sky are the only sign of time passing in this stagnant world. Their slow descent upon the frozen forest makes it seem like time has slowed to a crawl. The rustling of dry snow underfoot startles me, interrupting the quiet mood. Someone is approaching me from behind. Uh, Isao, you came? I do girl voices. This is going to be real cringe. I'll just have to read along my voice. A hesitating, barely audible question. However, I recognize the owner of that dainty voice instantly. Feel my heart skip a beat. Foreshadowing. It's a voice I've listened to hundreds of times, but never as more than an eavesdropper to a conversation. I turn to face this voice, the voice of my dreams, and my heart begins to race. Uh-oh. Do do do. I can't even hear it myself, but Iwanako? I got a note telling me to wait here. It was yours? Damn it. I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line, and that was the result? I guess this is gonna swear now that I think about it, so I guess I could have said Katawa Shoujo is not exactly porn. I said the P word. Ugh. Ah! Ah! Damn it. I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line, and that was the result? Pathetic. Uh, yes, I asked a friend to give you that note. I'm so glad you got it. A shy, joyous smile that makes me so tense I couldn't move a single muscle, even if I tried. Man, it's like he's having a heart attack. This guy, his heart's beating out of control. Uh-oh. My heart is pounding now, as if it were trying to burst out from my chest and claim this girl for itself. Yeah, heart's always stealing my women. So, here we are, out in the cold. Once again, the wind stirs up the branches. The cacophonous noise is music to my ears. Iwanako flinches ever so softly against the gust of wind. As it passes, she rights herself, as if supported by some new confidence. Her eyes lock with mine, and she lazily twirls her long, dark hair around her finger. All the while, the anxious beating of my heart grows louder. It's like, I love you. That was him having a heart attack. My throat is tight. I doubt I could even force a word out if I tried. Yeah, you see? Yeah. I wanted to know if you'd go out with me. Yes. Yeah, I'll go out with you. I love you. It really would suck. Then a girl you like asks you out and it gives you a heart attack. That'd be the worst hell. I stand there motionless, save from my pounding heart. I want to say something in reply, but my vocal cords feel like they've been stretched beyond the breaking point. Isao? I reach out trying to massage my throat, but this only sends spikes of blinding pain along my arms. Isao! Yeah, that's what suck. My whole body freezes, save for my eyes, which shoot open in terror. I'm glad I can't hear it. I hate the sound of heartbeats. It always makes me feel like I'm my heart's matching it. Isao! The beating of my chest suddenly stops. That's not good, and I go weak at the knees. The world around me, the canopy of bare branches, the dull winter sky, and Wanako running towards me, these all fade to black. The last thing I remember before slipping away are the sounds of Wanako screaming for help and the incessant clatter of the branches above. Doo doo. Can't even hear it. Four Leaf Studio presents. That's 4chan. That's 3 cent, 2 cent garbage. Katawa Shoujo. Yeah, hard to believe that one of the best visual novels came from 4chan. Writings to Anonymous 22. Okay, you could see it. I can't read it that quick. Kind of talking over this intro here. I don't think there's any words or anything, just music. But how I came to I don't read visual novels. I don't Really, I'm not that much into anime anymore. Like middle school, high school, early high school, I watched my fair share, but then eventually I got around and I watched JJ JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and there really was no more need to watch any other anime. That's the best one. So I haven't watched anime ever since. So I'm not really into all this stuff too much. I mostly just like books. But how I got into this was when I was in college, my freshman year. Uh, one of my neighbors, Chad, as the kids would call him, as the as the kids would say, a total Chad living on my floor. Guy I would never expect to recommend me Katawa Shoujo. Recommended me Katawa Shoujo and said, "Oh, you gotta play it." He wanted me to play it so bad. He just took my computer and downloaded it on there for me. And he was absolutely right. It's great. Um, it's been 4 months since my heart attack. In that whole time, I can probably count the times I've left this hospital room unsupervised on one hand. 4 months is a pretty long time when you're left alone with your thoughts, so I've had plenty of time to come to terms with my situation. Ar- Arrhythmia, a strange word, a foreign, alien one that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. Apparently, I've had it for a long time. They said it was a miracle that I was able to go on so long without anything happening. That really a miracle? I guess it was supposed to make me feel better, more appreciative of my life. Didn't really it really didn't do anything to cheer me up. My parents, I think, were hit harder by the news than I was. They practically had two hemorrhages apiece. I had already had a full day by then to digest everything. To them, it was all fresh. They were even willing to sell our house in order to pay for a cure. Of course, there isn't a cure. But of the late discovery of this condition, I've had to stay at the hospital to recuperate from the treatments. When I was first admitted, I felt as if I was missed. For about a week, my room in the ward was full of flowers, balloons, and cards, but the visitors soon dwindled, and all the get well gifts began trickling down to nothing shortly after. I realized that the only reason I had gotten so many cards and flowers was because sending me their sympathy had turned into a class project. I hate that. You don't force, you can't force people to be nice because it's not really nice if they were compelled to do it. It's only nice if you're uncompelled. I get that you're trying to train school kids or whatever to be nice, whatever. Fine, well and good. That's not. I mean, how many of them really take away that message? I don't know. I don't know a better way to do it, but I do know that I don't like compelled kindness. Maybe some people were genuinely concerned, but I doubt it. They would have showed up. Even in the beginning, I barely had visitors. By the end of the first month, only my parents came by on a regular basis. Even this girl that supposedly liked them didn't care. Very sad. And Wanako was the last to stop visiting. Yeah. After 6 weeks, I never saw her again. We never had that much to talk about when she visited anyway. Yeah, because you never dated her. We didn't touch on the subject that was between us on that snowy day ever again. Yeah. Because you're broken goods, man. She can't have that passing down the family line. L'Hôpital, not really a place I'd like to live in. The doctors and nurses feel so impersonal and faceless. I guess it's because they are in a hurry and they have a million other patients waiting for them that makes me feel uncomfortable. For the first month or so, I asked the head cardiologist every time I saw him for a rough estimate of when I'd be able to leave. He never answered anything in a straightforward way, but told me to wait and see if the treatment and surgeries worked. So I idly observed the scar that those surgeries had left on my chest slowly change its appearance over time, thinking of it as some kind of an omen. I still ask the head cardiologist about leaving, but my expectations are low enough now that I'm not disappointed anymore when I don't get a reply. The way he shuffles around the answer shows that there is at least some hope. At some point, I stopped watching TV. I don't know why, I just did. Maybe it was the wrong kind of escapism from my situation. I started reading instead. There was a small library at the hospital, although it was more like a storeroom for books. I began working my way through it, one small stack at a time. After consuming them, I would go back for more. I found that I liked reading, and I think I even became a bit addicted. I started feeling naked without a book in my hands. That's how I definitely am sometimes. I went through high school, always a book in the back pocket or in my coat, just in case, you know. You never know if you're going to get stranded somewhere. It's always good to have a book on you so that you can have something to do in the time in between. Some place to go when there's nowhere to go. But I love the stories. That was what my life was like. Days became increasingly harder to distinguish from each other, differing only by the book I was reading and the weather outside. It felt like time blurred into some kind of gooey mass I was trapped inside instead of moving within. A week could go by without me really noticing it. Sometimes I'd pause in realization that I didn't know what day of week it was. You know, for a guy who reads, I mess up a lot of these words. If I just read these, I'm the readery. I'm here at the readery. I mean, it's the beginning. I'll get better at it, but yeah, I mess up like way too many words to be acceptable in my eyes. And let me just check my stream, make sure everything's looking good. Oh yeah, yeah, things are looking good. Hello, me, my only viewer. Well, what the heck? Let me go watch myself. Better way. Okay, I can hear myself. Remember, the delay's not even that bad. Okay, just wanted to make sure this wasn't all for naught. I'm very paranoid, very, very paranoid person. Um, okay. But other times, all the things that surround me would be pain. See, this is what I'm talking about. Would be painfully crash into my consciousness. Why would I add B? Why did I add that there? There's not even. There's no B. Would be painfully crash. For a guy who just that's my shtick. I just read on stream. I can't even read. Whatever. But other times, all the things that surround me would painfully crash into my consciousness through the barrier of nonchalance I had set up for myself. Pages of my book would start to feel sharp and burning hot. The heaviness in my chest would become so hard to bear, I had to put the book aside and just lay down for a while, looking at the ceiling as if I was going to cry. Might be a heart attack, buddy. You never know. But that happened only rarely. I couldn't even cry. Today, the doctor comes in and gives me a smile. He seems excited, but not very, like he is trying to make an effort to be happy on my behalf. My parents are here. It's been a few days since I have last seen them. Both of them are even sort of dressed up, It's supposed to be some kind of special occasion. It's not a party. There is this ritual the head cardiologist has. He takes his time sorting his papers, then setting them aside as if to make a point of the pointlessness of what he just did. Then he casually sits down on the edge of the bed next to mine. He looks me in the eyes for a moment. Hello, Hisao. How are you doing today? It's not what that said. I just added a random sentence to that. How are you doing today? He said, how are you today? I don't answer him, but I smile a little back at him. I believe that you can go home. Your heart is stronger now, and with some precautions, you should be fine. We have all your medications sorted out. I'll give your father the prescription. The doctor hands a sheet of paper to my dad, whose expression turns wooden as he reads it quickly. So many. I take it from his hand and take a look myself, feeling numb. How am I supposed to react to this? Cardio 10 milligrams, 48 hours, fatigued, erectile dysfunction, blood clot, hazard, sawmill paper, cardio, propactinol, fatigue, quartamine, quizabine, quildamine, insomnia, bradykinin, heliopdine, zubidaba. The absurdly long list of medications staring back at me from the paper seems insurmountable. They all blend together in a sea of letters. This is insane. Side effects, adverse effects, contradiction, contradictions. Yeah, that is what it says. Contradictions and dosages are listed line after line with cold precision. Dic- contradictions? Contraindications. I have no idea what that means. Kind of looks like contradictions, but doesn't not that word. I try to read them, but it's so futile. This is a learning channel. This is still an educational stream. Contraindications. I have no idea. I have no idea about medical stuff. A condition or circumstance that suggests or indicates that a particular technique or drug should not be used in the case in question. Contraindication. Well, that's what that means. That's what the if you patients with a heart attack should speak with their doctor. That's a contraindication. I can't understand any of it. Attempting to only makes me feel sick. All this for the rest of my life, every day. I'm afraid that I'm afraid that is the best we can do at this point. However, new medications are always being developed, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that list fade over the years. Years? What kind of confidence booster is that? I'd have felt better if he hadn't said anything at all. Also, I've spoken with your parents, and we believe that it would be best if you don't return to your old school. What? Please calm down, Hisao. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Calm down? The way he says it tells me how. The way he says it tells me he knew full well that I wouldn't like it. Am I going to be homeschooled? Whatever my concern shows, it's ignored. We understand that your education is paramount. However, I don't think that it's wise for you to be without supervision. At least not until we're sure that your medication is suitable. So I've spoken to your parents about a transfer. It's a school called Yamaku. I don't know Japanese. Yamaku Academy that specializes in dealing with disabled students. Disabled? What? Am I? It has 24-hour nursing staff. It's only a few minutes from a highly regarded general hospital. The majority of students live on the campus. Think of it as a boarding school of sorts. It's designed to give students a degree of independence while keeping help nearby. Independence? It's a school for disabled kids. Don't try to disguise that fact. If it were really that free, there wouldn't be a 24-hour nursing staff, and you wouldn't make a hospital being nearby a selling point. Of course, that's only if you want to go, but your mother and I aren't really able to homeschool you. We went out there and had a look a couple of weeks back. I think you'd like it. It looks like I really don't have a choice. Compared to the Compared to other heart problems, people with your condition tend to live long lives. You'll need a job one day, and this is a good opportunity to continue your education. This isn't an opportunity. Don't call it an opportunity. Don't call it a goddamned opportunity. Well, you should be excited at the chance to go back to school. I remember you wanted to return to school. And while it's not the same one, a special school. That's an insult. That is what I want to say. It's a step down. It's not what you think. All of the students there are pretty active in their own sort of way. It's geared towards students that can still get around and learn, but just need a little help in one way or another. Your father's right, and many of the graduates of the school have gone on to do amazing things. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. One of my colleagues in another hospital is a graduate. I don't care. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. That's what a disability is. I really hate that something so important was decided for me, but what can I do about it? Normal life is out of the question now. It's funny. I had always thought my life was actually kind of boring. Now I miss it. I want to protest. I want to blame this lack of reaction on shock or fatigue. I could easily yell out something now, something about how I can go back to school anyway, but no, I don't say anything. The fact is that I know it's futile. I know now it's futile. I look around the room, feeling very tired of all this: the hospital, doctors, my condition, everything. I don't see anything that would make me feel any different. There really isn't a choice. I know this, but the thought of going to a disabled school, what are those even like? As much as I try to put a positive spin on this, it's very difficult. But let me try. Clean slate isn't a bad thing. That is all I can think of to get me through this. At least I still have something. Even if it's a special school, it's something. It's a fresh start. My life isn't over. It would be a mistake to just resign myself to thinking that. At the very least, I'll try to see what my new life will look like. Well, that's a not a bad attitude to have. Ooh, Act 1: Life Expectancy. I wish I could hear it. There's probably a way that I could hear it myself. Oh, you know what? Maybe if I put these bad boys on, then I'd be able to hear it. Let's see. Wired headphones. Like weird headphones. In fact, I don't know why I didn't just read that. Oh! I just skipped a whole bunch. Well, let's look at the text history. Sorry. The gate looked far too pompous for what it was. In fact, gates in general seem to do that, but this one especially so. These headphones aren't working. Either that or there's no music playing and I just chose a bad time. Red bricks, black wrought iron, and gray plaster assembled into a whole that didn't feel welcoming at all. I wondered if it looked like what a gate for a school should look like, but couldn't really decide. Probably no. A Of course, I didn't want to get stuck on thinking about the gate for too long, so I entered through it with a brisk pace that felt surprisingly good. Moving forward feels good. So I walked towards the main building of Yamaku Academy with this brisk pace. I'm alone, as my parents are taking my stuff to the dorms. There's supposed to be someone waiting for me. Grounds are incredibly lush, filled with green. It doesn't feel like the kind of grounds a school would have, more like a park. The clean walkway going past trees and the smell of fresh cut grass and all their park like things. All that Midwest accent where all my words kind of slur together. Words like clean and hygienic pop into my mind. It makes me shudder. I shake them off. Stay open minded now. It's your new life. You have to take it as it comes. Yeah. Stay open minded, you cynical bastard. That's what I tell myself. Few big buildings loom behind the leafy canopies. Too big and too many for just a school. Everything seems off. It's different from what I thought I knew about schools. It's an uncanny valley. Even though I was told this is my new school, in the back of my head it doesn't feel like one. I wonder if the feeling is real or caused by my expectations of a school for the disabled. Speaking of that, I don't see anyone else here. It's kind of eerie. Makes me wish there was somebody here so I could anchor myself to something tangible instead of having this feeling that I stepped into another dimension. The trees hum with the wind and the green hues flashing all around me catch my attention. It makes me think about hospitals again. How they say that the operating rooms are painted green because green is a calming color. Green? So why am I feeling so anxious despite all this greenery? Dot, dot, dot. Only after I stand in front of the haughty main building, I surprise myself by realizing why the gate bothered me. It was the last chance I had to turn back, even if I had no life I could return to. But still, after entering, there was absolutely no way I could go back anymore. Feeling nervous and with this realization set in my head, I open the front door. A tall man with bad posture, oh, mine's pretty bad right now, notices me as I enter. We're the only people in the lobby, so it's only logical. You must be Niki Nakai. So you are. Excellent. I'm your homeroom and science teacher. My name is Mutu. How? Moto. Welcome. We exchange a handshake that is neither firm nor sloppy, and he looks at his watch. The head nurse asked you for a brief check-in visit, but there's no time for that now. Oh, should I go later? Well, what do you think? Yes, afternoon is probably fine. We should get going and introduce you to the rest of the class. They're waiting already. Waiting for me. I don't really like being the center of attention, but I guess it's inevitable for a situation like this. Somehow, not knowing what is waiting for me makes me feel really nervous. Thinking of this, I almost miss what the teacher is saying. You want to introduce yourself to the class? Ooh, the first question. The first split. Well, let's see. What does hmm. So I'm going for red answers. I don't know what makes. I don't know what kind of a difference it makes. It's a little hard to read this flow chart here. Uh, oh wait, it goes by the color of the arrows. I see. Well, I don't think this one matters. Yeah, sure. I mean, isn't that normal? Of course, but not everyone likes to be the center of attention. I'm probably one of those people. I guess I should be the one to give the first impression of myself. Right, but it's no problem. Let's go then. Just a semi awkward, boring conversation. My heart is pounding in my chest. Oh, watch out. It keeps me thinking about my condition as I follow the teacher up the stairs. Third door down the third floor corridor is marked as the classroom for class 3-3. 3-3-3-3-3-3-3, third door, 3 room. Muto opens the door and enters. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late again. I hesitate for a split second at the door, freezing on the spot. Get a grip. This is a big step. I know that. There isn't any point to worrying so much about it. At least not this soon. Wow, introductions to the characters here. I can see a whole two actual real characters. I follow the character into the classroom and look around, partially so I won't have to meet the curious gaze of my new classmates. It's pretty spacious. The ceiling is unusually high, and there's lots of space left over around and in between the desks. The entire wall taken up an entire wall taken up by blackboards and the old high man, I cannot read. For a guy who just sits here reading, I'm just terrible at it. That's the fourth time I've said that. Very my brain is just ridiculously my self-esteem is ridiculously low. An entire wall taken up by blackboards and the high, old-fashioned windows only make it seem larger. Students' desks are just shared wooden desks with a shelf underneath. Shared? Standard! With a shelf underneath for books and wooden chairs with metal frames. Simple and efficient. Best girl. I stop walking in front of the classroom and face the other students. They all look normal, like students in any other school. Then why would they be here? They're probably like me and have something wrong with them. Only it's just not immediately obvious. Like you. Then I notice that one of the girls seems to be missing the thumb on her right hand. A little jarring. That's enough to get you to the school. Despite the natural tendency to listen when someone's talking about you, I tune out the teacher's speech halfway through while he introduces me to the class. I notice a flash of dark hair and see that someone is looking at me. A girl with really long, straight hair that is pretty eye catching. As she sees me looking back at her, she covers her face with her hands as if it will make her invisible. There's one boy, the cane, leaning against the lockers at the rear of the class. It's weird seeing someone so young with a cane. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motions. Sign language? She peers at me over the rims of her glasses, then goes back to whatever she's doing. Here's a little sign language lesson. I mean, I can't verify this is 100% true, but pretty sure that this is how you say Mountain Dew. That this is soda pop, and I think this is Mountain. Reveal it's Mountain Dew because this is Coke in your arm here. Coke. No. Here's I think Bad Boy. I don't know that much sign language, but I know the funny ones. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motions. Sign language? What? Sign language in the school for kids with disabilities? She peers at me over the rims of her glasses, then goes back to whatever she's doing. She's kind of cute. So is the cheery looking girl with pink hair sitting next to her. She's really hard to miss. I don't know how I didn't notice her the moment I walked in. Please welcome our newest classmate. He claps his hands, and so does everyone else. Except, I find it funny that you walk into a classroom and everyone starts clapping. Like, good job, you're here. Except one girl in the first row who has only one hand. I cringe a little. but hide it by bowing in thanks for this applause I did not deserve. No kidding. A collective silence tells me I should open my mouth now. So I'm Hisao Nakai. And after that, my hobbies are reading and soccer. I hope to get along with everyone, even though I'm a new student. And after that, being so boring. This is exactly like every self introduction ever. I should say something more exciting. I end up saying nothing, and the teacher picks up from there. Such a basic little cringe moment. Everybody's felt like that. They're like, oh, say something in front of the class. He's boring me to death here with that introduction, man. Everyone seems to be satisfied, even with what little I said, though. You girls are whispering to each other, throwing glances at me. Could have been worse. Could have gone worse. Yeah, it could have. Encroaching on my territory, Archie. Oh, my arch nemesis, Melted Arc. You're the only. It's just me and you. I hate you so much, Melted Arc. Melted Arc. This pencil was Melted Arc. It's his little neck. Melted Arc. Enough of that, though. I really don't like that guy. I listen to the teacher as he drones about getting along while letting my gaze sweep across the classroom. Everyone seems to be listening to him intently, and when he's done, they clap their hands again, which feels like a weird thing to do. I agree. The first row girl claps on this round with her one hand against her other wrist. Oh my god, that ends in a bandage stump. Sorry, my cat's my little kitty. I hate this guy so much. He's chewing on my Ethernet cable. I don't know why he thinks the internet is just so delicious. He's probably got Wi-Fi by now for how much he chews on it. He's probably Bluetooth enabled. The first row girl claps on this round, her one hand against her other wrist that ends in a bandaged stump. It makes me feel a little bad. Yeah. I would just feel weirded out that people are clapping my existence. We're going to be doing some group work today, so that'll give you a chance to talk with everyone. Is that okay with you? Yeah, it's fine with me. It's good you can work with, that's good. You can work with, Hakamichi. Hey! Now he's trying to chew my charging cord. He needs a power up. Oh, you evil cat. He's so evil. He's almost as evil as Melted Arc. She is the class representative. She can explain anything you might want to know. And who else would be able to do that better, right? Who else would be able to do that better than the class rep? How could I know? Yeah, why would you ask me that? Idiot. The teacher passes out the day's assignments and announces that we will be working in groups of three. It hits me that I don't know who Hakamichi is. Slow. The teacher seems to catch my helpless expression. Oh, right. Hakamichi is right there. Sizui. Hey! Bad boy. Shizuni Hakamichi. As he calls out her name, a cute, bubbly looking girl. Snap him in half and then prove it. I'll snap you in half. As he calls out her name, the cute, bubbly looking girl with bright pink hair and gold eyes waves her hand at me. I take a seat next to her by the window. Hey, so I guess you're Hakamichi, right? Nice to meet you. I'm what? I'm caught off guard by her laughter. It's nice to meet you too, but I'm not Hakamichi. I'm Misha. This is Hakamichi. Sichan? Giggling, Misha points to the girl next to her, the one I saw using sign language before. It looks like she has been staring at me this whole time. She nods once nonchalantly to show that she acknowledges my presence, but only barely. She has short, yet carefully, neatly brushed hair. A pair of oval shaped glasses bounced on the tip of a dainty nose, and dark blue eyes that seem to alternate every few seconds between analytical and slightly bored. Snap them in half and then prove it. I've been trying to piece together what you meant by that melted arc, and I think you meant my cat. And if that's what you meant, then you're more evil than I ever could have guessed. You would have me attack a poor, defenseless, innocent, evil creature? Get out of here. He really is just chewing on an Ethernet cable, though. It's nice to meet you. He didn't say anything. She immediately looks at Misha, who smiles and makes a few quick gestures with her hands. Hakamichi nods and makes a few gestures of her own. I start to wonder if the teacher was messing with me, saying things like, "You'll be able to talk to people," and "Who better to explain things to you?" I can see you're a little confused, right? But I understand why you would think I was Sichan. Sichan is deaf, so I'm the person who translates things back and forth for her. I'm like an interpreter. She says it's nice to meet you too. You're the new student, aren't you? Well, Sichan, of course he is. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have been standing up there for no reason, right? Right? Oh, now, he doesn't seem like a very interesting person, does he? What the hell? We knew that there was going to be a new student, but we didn't know you would be here today so soon. He-chan, right? He-chan. Yep, it fit. What the heck is he doing in there? That cat's so evil. Yep, it fits, doesn't it? I say it out loud? Just a surprise. I never liked that nickname. I don't really see how. It fits! You look just like I imagined. Yeah, you look just like a He-chan. I wonder why everyone seems to think so. ... Hakamichi taps her finger on the desk to get Misha's attention. They gesture back and forth to each other excitedly, their hands a blur. Hi, Mr. Beast. Welcome to the anime hour. Misha seems a little overwhelmed. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That's really what she talks like. That's my impression of her, and it's completely accurate. C-chan wants you to know that she's the class rep. So if there's anything you need to know, you can feel free to ask her. Do you like the school so far? We can show you around a little if you haven't had time to walk around and familiarize yourself with it. Misha stumbles over the hard word a bit, making it stick out in her otherwise fluid translation. Thanks. That'd be pretty helpful. Yeah, I just kind of came straight to class today, even though you had direct orders to visit the nurse. That's no good. You should always try to learn as much as you can about where you're going before you go there. Not just with school, either. It's good advice. Always! Even if it's a trip to the convenience store. Really, C-chan? Learn about where you're going. I guess I didn't bother to do that. Or just didn't care enough to do so. C-chan is like Batman. What is she talking about? You go to the convenience store, so you have to... If you're going to the convenience store, you should find out everything you can about it. It's the convenience store. You'll figure it out when you get there. It's not that different than every other convenience store. I guess maybe for the deaf, it's different. I didn't look forward to this, even if I committed myself to go along with it half-assedly. But anyway, I don't say anything, and Misha signs something that ends in a shrug. What was that? It seemed like it was about me. I feel like just slumping over in my seat. Both of them are smiling. That shrug hit me unexpectedly deeply. Aw, poor guy. He's self-conscious. Mr. Beast, welcome to the Anime Hour. This is Katawa Shoujo, my favorite visual novel because it's the only one I've ever read. You look down. Are you okay? Don't take it the wrong way, please. I hate it when people are afraid to ask questions. That's how people learn things, by asking. Asking for help is perfectly normal, as much as needing help. Stop looking like you just failed a test. All right. And another thing. You don't have to call C-chan something so formal like Hakamichi or class rep all the time. Just call her C-chan. Okay. That's too casual. Maybe Shizune would be more appropriate. Yep, Shizune is fine. Okay, that would be a lot easier for me. I feel a lot more at ease. Both of them seem so friendly. So I feel like an idiot for being so apprehensive earlier, especially about Shizune, who I assumed would be all business. Well, she still seems like that, just less so, I guess. Exclamation mark! Huh? Oh, right, we haven't even touched the assignment. We should start work now, or C-chan will get mad. The assignment is also kind of long, so we should start now if we want to finish it before the end of class. That too. Shizune glares at the two of us impatiently. I don't need to know sign language to understand that. Okay, I get the message. After class, we take a walk around the grounds together. It's a nice day today. Okay. The assignment is actually very challenging to get through, combining aspects of being both difficult and unnecessarily long. You hate to hear that. I hate it when things are difficult and unnecessarily long. Still, we finish it a few minutes earlier than anyone else in the class, despite our late start. Shizune and Misha are really capable. They're quite different, though. The class rep is as calm and professional as she looks, while Misha is a lot more playful and girlish. Not to mention a little more easily distracted. To be honest, the two of them did most of the work. I feel guilty about that. The clock tower bells ring, signaling the end of the period. Time for lunch! I'm hungry! I'm hungry! That's my type in the I'm now an NPC streamer. Whenever you type in the emoji of a big plate with a fork and knife, I go, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. Spicy chili. Spicy chili. Without knowing what else to do, I follow Misha, who is beckoning me into the hallway and down the stairs. We descend even below the lobby where I met Muto, down to the bottom floor. Just like everything in this school, the cafeteria seems too spacious and oddly modern in contrast with the classic exterior. Its big windows open to the courtyard towards the main gate. It's the cafeteria! Her enthusiastic statement of the obvious makes people around us stare, but Misha doesn't seem to care, so we proceed to the line. Uh-oh. Dusty Boy says, oh no, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Oh man, you guys got to stop doing that. I can't do this NPC streamer stuff, man. It's hard. There is a rather long list of menu options, which seems great until I realize that many of them are to accommodate students who need special diets. How nice. It almost feels like I'm back at the hospital, eating portions measured with scientific precision to meet the needs of patients. Man, I hate it when people's needs are met. I pick something at random and follow Shizune to a table sitting opposite of her. As I nibble indifferently at the food I'd rather not eat, Misha pokes me in the side to get my attention and point to Shizune. I don't understand sign, so the point escapes me. Maybe looking at a person who talks to you is polite and proper. Yeah, that's not real talk. That's not real language. If you're going to talk, you better use words. Do you want to know something? What? About anything. We're your guides, so you should ask us if there's something. I wonder. Hmm. Uh-oh. Another question. I wonder how much this really matters. Hard to tell, hard to tell. Hard to tell literally because I don't know how to read this stupid flow chart that I'm looking at to get the right answers. Because, I'm just going to hope it doesn't matter. I like library, and this is the readery, so I'll ask about the library. Oh, yeah. Is there a library in the school? Is there a library? Lately, I've gotten into reading a lot, so I'd like to check it out. I love books. Look at how big my bulbous brain is. Misha gives a kind of frown that makes it clear she doesn't consider reading a healthy hobby. Misha is not. Misha is not allowed in the readery. She doesn't consider reading a healthy hobby, but then picks up her smile again. There is! It's on the second floor. We can show you to it. We can show it to you sometime. Thanks. I return to my food while the girls talk between themselves. Misha and Suzune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideways glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Maybe they are talking about secret girl stuff or something. And these women always conspiring. ... I quickly notice a conversation in sign is not enough to fill a silence. We arrive in the classroom early, but we're not the first. That dark-haired girl I noticed before is slumped over her desk at the last row. Best girl, best girl, best girl, best girl, best girl. Oh! She jumps a little when Misha crashes into the room, the elegance of a rhino. She shrinks deeper into her seat. I can feel her tension all the way from here, as if she were slowly turning into stone just from our presence. As if she were slowly turning into me just from our presence. Misha and Shizune either don't notice or don't mind it, as they walk directly past her to their seats and begin to converse. I'm left wondering about her, even when the classroom slowly fills with other students and finally the teacher. Getting into the rhythm of school feels strange. It's as if my brain remembers how this is done, but my body doesn't. Towards the end of the class, I start yawning and counting the minutes left. I shouldn't be this tired on my first day of school. Maybe it's the long time spent in the hospital that made me feel like this. I'm even feeling physically weak and lifeless. Probably should go to that nurse. Before long, the final bell rings. School is finally over for the day. Beside me, Misha and Suzune are having a short conversation. After a bit of deliberation, Misha turns to me. Unfortunately, we can't stay and show you around today, He-chan. Why'd you offer then? We've got to hurry already, since there is a lot of work for us to do. You'll find your way around here, I'm sure of it. Wait! The teacher said I'd have to see the nurse. Where do I have to go? Is that so? We can at least show you that much. Come on, the nurses have their own building, so we can go outside. We have to go outside. We join the flow of students making their way down the stairwell and outside, with the girls pointing out their. See, I can't read. With the girls pointing out other senior classrooms in the same hallway as ours. When we get outside, the girls make their way to the smaller building right next to the school. It's built in the same style, so it looks like it's actually part of the main building. Da, 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 da. This is the auxiliary building here. There's a lot of official and important stuff inside, like the Yamaku Foundation office and all the nurses' office. They even have a swimming pool. How is that official? Da, 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 da. That really pissed her off. Don't be silly, He-chan. It's for physical therapy, of course. Look at her face. She's so angry that we would ask such a stupid question. Anyway, all the nursing staff facilities are in there too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor. You'll be fine from here, right? We'll be going then. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Thanks. Bye. A whole building for stuff that has nothing to do with the actual education? I guess it's necessary for a place like this. Walking in, hoping that this really will be only a quick visit, like the teacher said. A white door on the left is a green cross with the text Head Nurse and a nameplate. A voice from the inside responds to my knock almost immediately, but I can't quite make it out. It sounded a bit like an invitation to open the door, so I invite myself further in. The room is not large and smells strange. A friendly looking man turns on his office chair to face me as I enter. His desk is neat and tidy, but the bin under the table is overflowing. Used medical utensils, and there are at least a dozen coffee cup rings lingering on the desk. Ah, hello there. What can I do for you today? He is young looking and sort of rugged. Yeah, look at this rugged man. Something, something, something. Are you the nurse? He smiles like a person who has heard this very question hundreds of times. Why, yes, I am. It says so on the door, no? Funny. You can just call me by name or just the nurse like everyone else. Of course, I shake it off my confusion, realizing I probably should grab his extended hand. What an idiot. His handshake is rather firm and friendly. Right, I'm a new student, and my homeroom teacher told me to come and meet you. My name is Hisao Nakai. His eyes light up with revelation as he snaps his fingers. Oh, you're that Nakai! I was just reading your file in the morning. Some kind of chronic arrhythmia and related congenital heart muscle deficiency, right? He gestures me to sit in a vacant armchair in front of his desk. Yes. Good! Really? It's good, nurse? I'd say that's actually bad. Well, you've probably been briefed about the school enough, so I'll just go over this quickly. We have all kind of facilities here, mostly physical therapy and such. There's always something from our staff around, even at night, so don't hesitate to call us if there's a problem. Famous 24-hour nursing staff. Wow, this is like a hospital. Well, not exactly. For instance, we don't do brain surgery here. His joke feels so out of place, I'm left thinking of why he even said it. This whole beginning is just people saying slightly awkward things, and then Hisao just going, why did you say that? That's so relatable. That's just what I do all day, is think, why did that person say that in that way? It's very strange of them to have worded it like that. Yes, just that it's really weird to have so many medical people at a school. You'll get used to it. I'm not so sure of that myself. I don't let the nurse know it. Now let me just find your file again. Let me just find your file again. He searches for something from his computer and shuffles stacks of papers around. I let my gaze wander around the room. Lets his gaze wander? Well, I guess it's good enough to keep them. It's the epitome of generic, I'd like to say. It's the epitome of generac. Beige walls and ceiling, dark gray laminate flooring, and all the equipment you'd expect from a school's nurse's office. Even the ridiculous educational posters are hanging on all four walls, reminding me to eat properly 3 times a day and from all the food groups. Smiling, the nurse draws a thick file from a stack of similarly thick files and opens it. So, you already have medication for the arrhythmia. Just remember to take your pills every morning and evening, or it won't be much help. Apart from that, do you do any sports? Rash stuff like, I don't know, boxing? His grin to his own he grins to his own joke, but I don't. Well, I played soccer occasionally with some classmates. All right, I'm going to have to recommend you refrain from doing that, at least for the time being. My lack of reaction makes him raise an eyebrow, but really I'm not too bothered by him forbidding me to kick a ball around. I guess I never did it out of a burning passion for the sport, just to have something to do. Any kind of a concussion might be very dangerous to your heart, and risking another attack is not a good idea. Was the previous one caused by a sudden concussion to the chest area? No mention of the cause in your papers. Not exactly. I sidestep the question acceptably, and he glances at me over his papers, a more serious expression on his face. Still, you need to keep your body healthy, so some exercise would do you good. We have physical therapy and such, as I said, but I don't think you really need such heavy measures. Just get some light exercise regularly. Brisk walks, or even light jogging, jumping rope, that sort of thing. Swimming, maybe. There's a pool here. Oh, I wish I had access to a pool. Oh, how I want my precious swimming pool. Oh, precious, precious swimming pools. I just was lost in dreamy thought about swimming pools. So I was told. You were? Very good. At any rate, I'm sure you've been told this before. You just need to take care not to overexert yourself. He wags his finger to emphasize the point. No need, really. I've heard this 1,000 times already. Absolutely no unnecessary risks. Take care of yourself. Okay. He goes over my papers one more time and sets them on the desk, obviously content. Good. That's it then. Come meet me if you ever need something. I'm ushered out before I even realize it. A quick visit indeed. I end up standing in front of the main building and the auxiliary building, although to my eyes they still look one and the same. It's the first real look I get at the other students, so I watch people coming out of the school, going towards the gate or the dorms. Everyone seems to know where they are going. I still keep thinking that most of them don't look too special for being students at a special school. Then again, neither do I. That make me one of them? One of us? Da, 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 da. I should go somewhere too, to prevent me from getting lost. It's around dinner time, but I feel tired instead of hungry. The weariness in me only grows as I trudge towards the dorms, set a little way apart from the main building complex. There is a garden of sorts between the school and the dorms, shrubbery, flowers, and that overbearing smell of fresh cut grass that fills the atmosphere. It dawns on my tired mind that the smell feels novel. Novel, like books! Books! Because I haven't been outside at all for so long. The dorm building is big and made of red brick, like the others. It feels way too pompous for what it is, so I push forward going inside. What the heck? That doesn't say exit. That's some nonsense symbols. That's not real words. That ain't English. It takes more time than necessary to fish out the key I was given from my pocket. Room 119. Despite the ornate exterior, the inside of the dorm is fairly new, functional, and boring. Just like in the main building, the halls and doors are wide to accommodate wheelchairs. Same goes for the elevators at the end of the hallways. I poke my head around the corner of the common room door. Inside, a few students are watching the television. One nods and gives a quick hello before turning back to the TV. Seems that only the girls around here are sociable. I suppose that's perfectly fine with me. This guy is not homosexual. I climb the stairs up to the upper floor. Here, small corridors branch off from the main hallway. Each of these minor halls seems to have a toilet and shower, as well as 4 rooms. About halfway down, I spy room 119. Nameplates on the rooms adjacent to mine are blank, so I guess there are just 2 of us here. Light shines from below the door of room 117, so I knock lightly. Hello? Is anyone home? From inside, I hear a few movements. Then the clicking of way more locks than I thought these doors had. After a moment, the door squeaks open. Uh-oh, best character alert, best character alert. A bespectacled boy is standing in the doorway. He is looking at me very intently through his extremely thick eyeglasses. Who is it? Blind? No, at least not completely. Why would he have eyeglasses if he was? He leans closer to me until our noses are almost touching. His breath stinks of garlic. It's Sao Nakai. I'm moving into the next room. I thought I should introduce my. His face suddenly brightens in realization as he stands back upright, thrusting his hand out in a smiling greeting, almost straight to my diaphragm. Oh, sup, dude? The name's Kenji. Hi. Oh, what's wrong, kid? I take Kenji's sweaty hand and shake it, still a little rattled by the sudden change of attitude and vehement welcome. There were some suspicious looking people going in and out of your room earlier. It was probably my parents. Your parents? You sure? Because they could have been some other people, too. You can't judge a book by its cover. His out of place proverb is left hanging between us awkwardly as I try to think of some way to respond. I'd say the chances are high enough. He shudders and makes some exaggerated hand gestures. You're a brave man, Hisao. Me? I don't think I could trust the chances. The only one I trust is myself. Does that mean I shouldn't get to know you either? He thinks about this for a while. A wise decision. Damn, you're smarter than you look. Probably. What do you look like? I hope not smart. He squints his eyes and leans closer again, but I lean backwards to dodge it. Never mind. Doesn't matter. With that, he turns, fumbles around for a moment in search of the door handle, and shuts the door behind him. I slide the key into the lock of the door marked 119. Bleak beige walls, white linen, a desk made of some type of light wood, ugly curtains. It's no one's room. Impersonal, like my hospital room was. My bags are sitting at the foot of my bed, looking a lot emptier than they did this morning. The closet is sitting open, stacked with my clothes. Also, it seems that there are a number of school uniforms hanging there as well. A note is pinned to the sleeve of one of the shirts. Hi, He-chan. We've unpacked your things and made your bed. They said that if these don't fit, then you should go to the office tomorrow. If you have any problems, you can always call us. Love, Mummy and Daddy. Mummy and Daddy. Well, at least I don't have to worry about unpacking. I kind of hoped I would have. Kind of hoped I would have. Then there would be something to do. Still too early. I put the note down on the desktop and lie down on the bed, feeling drained. Lying there makes me want to read something. I have nothing with me. I wonder if the hospital conditioned me for wanting to read whenever I have nothing to do. Read, 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 read. This is the book channel. I love the books. The restless urge just keeps growing until I have to stand up. Maybe it's stress or something. I was pretty nervous about before coming. I was pretty nervous about it before coming, and for the entire day today, too. I still am, I think. Damn. I have to distract myself somehow, so I won't be this unnatural all the time. Tomorrow I'll go borrow some books from the library. Good idea. Yeah, I'll do that. But for now, bottles of medication neatly arranged on my night table catch my eye. I pick up one and shake it just to hear the contents rattle inside, then read the glued on pharmacy label. Isao Nakai, 2 tablets daily to stay alive. Would it really say to stay alive? I mean, yeah, maybe. It's probably true. Doesn't really say that, but it just well could. Okay. See, I jumped the shark. I jumped the cark. I jumped on cock. It doesn't really say that, but it could just as well. It's kind of twisted having your life depend on chemicals like this. I resent it a little. But what choice do I have? Well, your life resents on H2O. You always need that chemical. With a sigh, I begin my new daily ritual of taking the right number of pills from each bottle, being careful to check the correct dosage. I lie down again, feeling hollow and uncertain. After that, I keep staring at the blank, unfamiliar ceiling for a long time. It doesn't start to look any more familiar. Not even after darkness falls and long shadows draw across my room like fingers. The sheets feel slightly more comfortable, warm and nest like against the chill that passes for room temperature here. Zepster32 says, "What I miss. Main character guy had a heart attack and now is in a special school and is feeling out of place. Soon the lighter shade of darkness, that is the ceiling, looks like every ceiling does at night. It becomes the only thing I recognize anymore. Night beckons me to sleep, and I feel the coldness of unfamiliarity and fear creeping up my spine once again. I creep. Oh, oh, I keep drifting further away from the world I knew. Katawa Shoujo. One-wheeled girls. Uh, I wake up in a strange room. Solid morning light shimmers against the light gray ceiling. I had forgotten to draw the curtains closed last night. I? You heard about drawing curtains closed and you tried to draw mine. This cat is really just an absolute menace. He keeps interrupting these streams. He's trying to draw my curtains because I said that. He obeys my every command, even though I don't want him to. Sit down, boy. Just take a nap. Oh, he's probably mad because the warning sirens are going off. There's a horrible tornado coming right from my very location as we speak. There's a horrible. Stop doing that. He's just swinging these things. He's so bored. He needs something better to do. Ooh, really interrupted there. This is my room, isn't it? My room. This is the third room this year that I'm supposed to call mine. Various things around me that remind me that indeed it's me who is supposed to be the one living here. My bags on the floor, my new school books on the desk, my numerous medications on the table. I stare at the bottles for a moment, deliberating, while I open a bottle, shake out until I open a bottle, shake out a pill, and pop out a tablet, oil sheet. I down them with a chaser of water without thinking about the chemistry. My uniforms are in the closet. I slink out from under the sheets, stretch my back before dressing up. Putting on a new school uniform feels like dressing in someone else's clothes. Artificial smell of generic detergent invades my nose. The feeling of fresh clothes against my back is a good one, a natural one. Feels like a school uniform, as it should. It's not much different from what I used to wear before. That goes for other things too. So far, this place seems more or less like a normal school, except for the people, who are all freaks. I think back to my talk with Kenji yesterday, Misha's constant laughter, Shizune's sweeping sign language gestures. Well, I've only met 3 students so far. Maybe they aren't that normal, but I'm sure others are. Or perhaps people like them are what passes for normal around here. Yeah, what does pass for normal around here? What do people do? Didn't see a lot of kids hanging around after classes yesterday, so maybe there are clubs? If so, I wonder if I should join one. Yeah, you're in the going home club. All through class, the question remains in my mind. So I decide to ask Shizune about it when we split into groups. After all, she did say if I had anything I wanted to know, I should ask her. She crosses her arms and shifts her gaze slowly to Misha, who looks more preoccupied with trying to grind the eraser of her pencil down so that the top is perfectly and evenly flat. Why would you do that? I mean, ADHD, but you're wasting a perfectly good eraser. Aw, look at that face. Sorry, C-chan. Is there something you wanted from me? Oh, I see. That's a good question, He-chan. My first thought is that means she doesn't know, which is worrying. Maybe I'm being too negative. Well, anyway, Misha, please don't prove me right. Oh, that's right. Everyone is encouraged to join a club. A lot of people do so because there really isn't anything else to do. There's also school events, like the festival coming up in a few days. Almost every student in the school tends to help out with it, doing whatever. So, you actually transferred in at a busy time. Maybe you can help out too. Sure. What's the festival about? Misha freezes. I don't know. He-chan, the truth is it's a local event, and I'm not from this area, so... She starts signing desperately to Shizune, asking her to bail her out. Shizune adjusts her glasses at the end of an oddly grandiose flourish and starts signing hard and heavy. Okay. Who cares? Misha puffs out her chest as she shouts Shizune's words out at me with a disproportionate amount of pride. Too loud. I can see heads turning to look in our direction. Not so loud. Human beings evolve with each new generation. The ideals and beliefs behind a festival will inevitably change with time. Exclamation mark. Now it's about delicious fried food and amusing little games that you play to win prizes. The teacher clears his throat very loudly. Hey! Ow! This evil cat. Go take a rest. Hey! What is wrong with you? Don't chew on the Ethernet cable. The teacher clears his throat very loudly, batting his long wooden pointer against his other palm like a baton. He shoots a pointed gaze at us. Finally noticing where we are, Misha stifles a yelp and quickly quiets down. Shizune doesn't seem embarrassed at all, though, brushing it off without a care. Well, yeah, why would she care about loud noises? We're in the middle of class and should start working. Yeah, no dip. That's right, C-chan. What? That's right? He-chan, are you asking because you're interested in joining a club? It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I saw a sus glance exchanged between them. Misha's tone has also changed, although it does that every other word already. Yeah, I was thinking about it. No, 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 no. I didn't ask that. I did not ask that. Evil cat named Tai Lung. Fitting name. He's Tai Lung, the evil, villainous cat. I need to lock him up like the real Tai Lung, guarded by rhinos. He'd probably escape there, too. I know. He's trying out his kung fu on me. He's using his. He tried the whooshy finger hold on me there. He tried to bite my finger right off. Stupid kitty. I had him picked up. Oh, my chair squeaks. I don't know if you could pick it up, but I showed him on stream already. He doesn't want to do it right now, and he's sitting down. So I'll let him sit. Do not send me the dinner plate with forks, man. Don't send that. Do not send that. I've become an NPC streamer. Misha and Suzume look at each other again. I'm about to ask what they have in mind when something dark flutters in my peripheral vision, catching my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the best girl, with long, dark hair, get up from her desk and slip silently towards the door. Doesn't seem like she was working in any group, and no one seems to notice her but me. Maybe she's a ghost. I glance at the teacher, who's also looking at the dark haired girl go. Why doesn't he say anything? This is also one of my favorite American anime. Yeah, it's good. It's pretty good. Ichan, is something wrong? Do I look as uneasy as I feel? Or was Misa just looking at me, looking after the girl who left? No, nothing. Okay. Okay. Well, like we were asking, you don't have any plans for lunch today, do you? I thought I would go to the library and pick up some books. Uh, Not really. Do you want to have lunch together then? Sure. Yay! Okay, He-chan, perfect. The rest of the class paces uneventfully. The girl with the long hair never came back. Before I have the time to put any more thought into where she could have gone, the teacher informs us that it's time to stop working. Shizune looks more than a little annoyed that we only just barely managed to finish all our work on time. I'm glad we finished it all. It's not a contest or anything. Yes, it is, He-chan. Impossible. It's not a contest or anything. Yes, it is, He-chan. Impossible. Really? Really. I've noticed this before, but it's kind of funny how Misha is always looking, is always moving her hands and signing not only everything she says, but anyone else is saying at any given time. Obviously, it must be so Shizune can understand it. Her eyes dart back and forth between Misha's hands and me. I don't know who I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm talking to Misha, but that might be wrong. Maybe I should face Shizune. I'm used to looking at the direction of the person whose voice I'm hearing, but really, Shizune can't hear me, but it would be disrespectful to talk to her only through Misha. Then again, isn't that what she's doing? No, she's at least looking at me. This is all very confusing and will take some time to get used to. It's not a contest because contests are competitions over a prize. If there's no prize on the line, it's not really a contest. Shizune's eyes flash dangerously with a competitive glare. She stares at me as if surprised that I'm challenging her. I think maybe this is a contest to her. I never noticed before how dark and blue her eyes are. It's truly an alluring gaze. Are you sure, He-chan? Very sure. You're wrong, He-chan, because I don't want to be the slowest one in class. Therefore, what's on the line is my confidence in my abilities, and the prize is the satisfaction of proving them. Ow! Shizune pushes her glasses up to the bridge of her nose in a very matter-of-fact way, in a very anime way. I'd argue more, but the bell rings and she quickly gets up and packs her bags. Not what that says there. Picks up her bag, looking at me expectantly. I had almost forgotten that I was supposed to have lunch with them. Oh, what a pain. Where do you want to eat? The cafeteria? That's so plain. Okay, let's go. Plain? Well, I guess. At my old school, I like to eat outside near the back of the building. It was a good spot, but I didn't find it until near the end of my freshman year. I wonder if there's a similar place to eat here. Misha seems to imply as much. Shizune and Misha pull me toward the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some students favor eating in classroom or outdoors. I saw some of my classmates had boxed lunches. After we finish eating, Misha picks up where we left off earlier. So, He-chan, you wanted to know about clubs and stuff, right? Right? Right, C-chan. She-chan. Okay, I guess it makes sense to ask first. Exchanging little nods of confirmation, they turn to face me again, and Misha straightens her posture as if she is about to deliver a speech. Ichan, do you have anything that you're really interested in? I used to play soccer. I'm really not into it. I don't follow the teams and players or anything like that. As of late, I usually just read a lot. There is a book club, right, Sik-chan? Right. But it seems they have all the club members they could possibly have right now. Sorry, He-chan, it's a really popular club. Oh man, I need some water. Okay. But more to the point, He-chan, does that mean that you don't have anything already in mind? Not really. Good. Great. That's great, He-chan. Really great. Why is it so great? No reason. Well, He-chan, other than clubs and the upcoming festival, there is one other thing. Student council! I see. I didn't know that this school had a student council. That was a very melodramatic setup, though, just to tell me that. I'm pretty sure the two of them know this, because Shizune looks a little embarrassed about it, and Misha is laughing. Shizune quickly retakes control of the discussion in a manner of speaking. After all, it's still Misha who has to voice whatever she says. All that all that just means that she's doing sign language. So you know, I'm not just a nervous tick I'm doing. Right. Ichan, maybe you should join the student council. They could use more people. Yes, definitely. You should definitely join. Okay, I need some water. We'll be right back. Wink. Time to go to the. Time to. This is a little break here. Here's something to keep you entertained. Look at this. Look. I'm back. I got my sink water. I got my fluoride. I need my daily fluoride. A snake. A snake. Ah! Whoa, you're back. Oh, man. I hate you both. Melted Ark, my arch enemy. God, I hate Melted Ark. Melted Ark, just a little warning. I have a special little delivery coming to your house. It's, well, actually, I'm not allowed to make threats on Twitch. So, never mind. I'm not making a... Twitch, I am not making a threat to anyone's life. I promise you. This is a joke. Well, it's not even a joke. Never happened. What I mean to say is, you should definitely join the student council. Why? Well, for one, we could hang out every day, He-chan. C-chan and I are both in the student council. Actually, C-chan is the president. Oh no, I'm hungry. Don't send that. Please don't send that emoji. I've started to get suspicious that Shizune and Misha might not exactly be the most unbiased people to talk to about this with. As if reading my mind, Shizune quickly adjusts her glasses and signs something to Misha. Of course, we're not trying to get you to join the student council just because we would obviously benefit from you joining the student council and therefore have an incentive to try to get you to. So you're admitting that. No, we admit nothing. I mean, He-chan, of course it would be nice if you joined, and we'd appreciate it. But even without all that, joining the student council shows a healthy interest in the workings of one's school. Yep, it's true, He-chan. Yep, it's true. Besides, you don't want to spend time with us after school, He-chan? Don't you want to? I can't tell if she's being genuine or this is just really good acting. Well, obviously on my part, it's really good acting. Both of them seem to be trying hard to look their cutest, although they are already pretty cute to begin with. Wow. Ding! So it's settled then. Welcome to the student council, He-chan. What? No! Aw, C-chan, of course it wouldn't go so easily. Yep, that's right though. It'd be boring if it went that smoothly. Oh well, C-chan owes me a candy now. You were betting on it? Hey, my life's not a game here. C-chan seemed very intrigued by this when Misha signs it to her. The aggressive glint returns to her eye. Wah! That's interesting, He-chan. Let's play a game! That's not what I said. How about rich man, poor man, He-chan? If you lose, you have to join the student council! No, absolutely not. Aw, why not? Well, because you two both have the same incentive, and therefore the same goal, which is to get me to join the student council, right? Yep! Yeah, that isn't my goal. What this means is that both of you can team up, and I'll be at a clear disadvantage, so I'll have to decline. He-chan, I'm very offended. Are you saying you don't trust us? That we would pull something so disingenuous? That makes me sad. Sorry? It's hard to tell where Shizune's influence ends and Misha's thoughts begin. In order to atone for hurting a young girl's feelings, you should definitely join the student council. No! about a game of paper football instead of rich man, poor man? Paper football? Yeah, it's a game they play in America. You make a paper triangle and then you try to shoot it past goalposts that the other player makes with their fingers. Isn't it cool? The ultimate form of competition between two people, He-chan. Da, 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 da. And it's already played by elementary and middle school children, C-chan. That means it's a game that really separates the boys from the men. Like the boys from the slightly older boys. Anyways, I'm not going to play that either. Just the fact that you know about it means you're probably surprisingly good at it. Yeah, that's true. How'd you know, He-chan? Shizue frowns at Misha, telling me that she probably wasn't supposed to admit that so readily. I wouldn't say that I'm happy with their attempts to get me into the student council, but I'm a little curious about what the student council does here. I've never been on one before, or even known anybody who was a member, so it interests me. I also kind of like Shizue and Misha, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Okay, He-chan, how about Risk, the game of world domination? I don't know what that is. It's really fun, He-chan. You fight to control the world, with armies and everything. Sounds like Shizue would be good at it. Shizune. If you want to play, we can after school. Really, C-chan? We could play just for fun, He-chan. C-chan hasn't played in a long time, so if you want to, there's no strings attached. Well, okay. Okay, perfect! We'll see you after school in the student council room then, He-chan. Wait, why there? Because that's where we keep the game! I grimace to tell them how much I do not like this, but it's more for show than anything. Dusty Boy says, "Is this a school for people with disabilities?" Yes, it is. The main character here had a massive heart attack and has arrhythmia. And, that's a deaf girl. The one with this is a deaf girl. Blue hair, glasses girl is deaf. She's just a bit silly. That's her disability. So in the end I agree, but only after getting Shizune to acknowledge that I don't mean anything concrete just by accepting to take a look around and play a game with her. Lunch ends and we go back to class. During afternoon classes, the long-haired girl comes back and sits down on her seat without a word. Again, no one seems to notice, or if they do, no one says anything. I want to ask Misha about it. I don't want to be nosy. After school, Shizune and Misha quickly find me by the first floor lobby and latch onto me, covering each flank in case I might try to escape. I feel a little offended, but I've been considering it. Nevertheless, I'm a bit disturbed that enough people have made a break for it in the past that they're on their guard. What's with the escort? This doesn't make me feel very comfortable. In fact, it makes me feel like a dangerous prisoner being transported to his cell. What's wrong, He-chan? That's right, we're just going to play a game of Risk, remember? I don't know. Misha, this all seems a little sinister to me. Start thinking that when we sit down to play the game, they'll tie me down and torture me until I agree to join the student council. Well, that's highly unlikely, but still, for some reason, it just seems like it would be so plausible. Getting to the student council room is as simple as turning 2 corners from where we started. What? That's it? You guys, this makes you guys being so on top of me seem a little silly. That's not true, He-chan. C-chan says that when their life is threatened, people have shown the capability to pull off superhuman bursts of speed. Life is threatened? Her expression unchanging, Misha signs something amusedly to Shizune, who makes a baffling face and puts her hand behind her back, looking pleased with herself. Misha feigns deafness and hums cheerily. Stop that. I know you heard me. You have no excuse, unlike Shizune. Shizune opens the door to the student council room. It's a very plain, sparsely decorated room, although it is quite large, maybe even a little larger than a classroom. There's a big table in the center surrounded by chairs and a smaller desk prominently placed in the back that I assume is Shizune's. There are a few regular desks and chairs stacked to one side as well. Extras, perhaps? Aside from the tables and chairs, the room doesn't have much else to offer, just a couple of filing cabinets and bookshelves stacked with old school records and documents. Not much else. In fact, nothing else. This is a pretty bleak room. They could have at least put a potted plant in here or something. The most noticeable thing this room doesn't have is other people. Are we early? Dot, 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 dot. No! What do you mean, no? Does it mean that no one else is coming today? Dot, 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 dot. Yep, that's right. Before I manage to ask why that's the case, Shizune claps her hands together very energetically. Dot, 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 dot. He-chan, let's play Risk. Come on, you promised, didn't you? You have to. Okay, okay, okay. Do you want to know the rules? We can explain to you while we set everything up. While Misha is talking, Shizune takes out what looks like a board game from behind one of the filing cabinets and throws it on the table. Actually, this looks kind of interesting. It's a good game. I like me some Risk. Risk stream in the future. That'd be a good stream. After Misha spends a little too long for her liking, running through the basics with a somewhat vague and confusing tutorial, Shizune cuts in and declares the game has started with a decisive motion, slicing her arm through the air. Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off onto me. I start feeling more competitive than I intended to be when I agreed to this. Halfway into the game, with Risk, that's probably like 4 hours. Halfway into the game, while I try to ponder how to defend against Shizune's assault from two fronts, she breaks my concentration by drumming her fingers on the table to get my attention. Dot 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 dot. Si-chan wants to know that wants you to know that you're taking too long to make a move. Si-chan also says that she will let you keep Australia if you agree to join the student council. I thought this was a game with no strings attached. Just the fact that she would dangle that over my head as an offer means that she knows I care about the outcome of this game. And anyway, no! Dot 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 dot. Si-chan admires your fighting spirit and would be a benevolent dictator who will spare your people if you agree to join the student council. You're so competitive, Shizune. He seems to take this as a compliment. I would expect the student council president to be a little more magnanimous. Magnanimous? Doesn't seem to know what the word means or how it's signed, so she pulls out a piece of paper and writes it for Shizune, who in return signs it back to Misha. Misha presses her index finger against her temples as if trying to physically imprint the word into her memory. Suddenly, Shizune bursts into a flurry of gestures. Misha looks daunted by the pace of her heated signing. Oh, wait, please slow down, Si-chan. Si-chan says that you're going to lose. Tell her I will crush her world empire with my rebellion. Okay. Those eyes of hers shine with childlike mischief. Dot, 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 dot. She says you have no chance. If you keep playing this like this, no, you won't. Well, another decision here. I'm not sure if this one matters much for the. I don't know if this one matters, but I can't just. I gotta know. I'm not doing these two. I'm not even doing these two. This is not the arc I'm doing this playthrough. I'm looking at the forum here to try to know where to go. Okay. It's smarter to play defensively here. It's likely that she's just trying to psych me out. Yeah, it's all a trap. Looking at the board again, I have a pretty good defense set up, and it's not going to and I'm not going to wreck it doing something reckless. A few turns later, I lose the game anyway. Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously and allows herself a pump tentatively pump a fist in the air in celebration. D-Chan, you lost when you allowed me to take North America. I mean, C-Chan, not me. Getting control of North America is ambitious because it provides a 5 army bonus, but you can attack it from 3 fronts, so you must defend them all. I thought you'd have more guts. How disappointing. Ambition, He-Chan. Your play needs to be more daring. Ambition, ambition. I was really excited when you took South America, but then you switched to playing defensively just because you gained a small advantage. That's no good, He-Chan. You didn't take enough risks, and when you did, you didn't follow through. That's terrible, He-Chan. Damn, what's it to her if I played too carefully? There's no need to rub it in my face. Uh-oh. She gets right up. I wonder if you'd even be good for the student council. What is this, reverse psychology? I guess you don't have to worry about joining or not. I guess I don't have to worry about joining or not in that case. Giving up just like that. I expected more of you. Seriously, is Shizune trying to taunt me into joining the student council? Besides, I don't even want to join. It's only my second day. I can't make that kind of commitment. I haven't even taken a look at the other clubs yet, and these two, they're a little weird. Fine, I'll consider joining the council, but I want to take a look at the clubs before I decide. Really, He-Chan? Not just saying that to make us feel better? Yeah. I'm just not sure what I. Oh my goodness. I'm just not sure that I want to. Aww. Okay, He-Chan. We're not going to give up so easily. You said maybe. There's still a chance you'll come around. Come on, we could really have fun. We could play more Risk, and maybe one day you could beat me, unless we graduate before that. Doesn't make me feel any less reluctant about joining, you know. Whoa! Surely you are not that horrible at board games. Maybe we could play a game you know then. To give you a handicap. Oh, come on. She said handicap. I might have said that just to make you feel better after all. Oh, that's cold, He-Chan. I take a glance at the clock on the wall and realize I spent far longer playing Risk than I expected. Yeah, it's Risk. Sorry, I have to go. I wanted to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library is open? There's a clock right on the wall. ... It should be, unless the librarian is absent. I think you're right, C-Chan. We think the library is open. It's on the second floor. Can't miss it. Do you want us to show you where it is? No thanks. It's okay. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Look at that face. One flight of stairs up, and I run into problems. That's what you look like, Dusty Boy. Dusty Boy 13. This is you. Picking your nose. Stop picking your nose. That's gross. Oh, you're eating it. Oh, you're rubbing boogers in your eyes. Are you trying to get yourself an infection? What are you doing? Oh, that's disgusting, Dusty Boy 13. One flight of stairs up, and I run into problems. The second floor hallway is a carbon copy of the third floor one. Wide, of course, and plain, like hallways can be. Only hallways can be wide and plain. The problem is that the library's whereabouts are not as easily determined as one would think. The classrooms are marked with signs stating which class they belong to. Then there is a plethora of other unmarked rooms. The library one of them? Or is it just somewhere down the hall? I bet on the latter and choose my direction at random. After I turn around the corner, an unmarked door draws my attention because it's not closed. It's not open either, though, just barely ajar so that I can see it's open and nothing else. It would make sense for the library door to be invitingly open, and while this one is not quite that, it's good enough. At the very least, it means that someone is inside and I can ask for directions no matter how embarrassing that is. I gingerly push on the center of the door with my fingertips, every muscle in my arm ready to pull back at a moment's notice. The feeling of being an outsider to this school can't be shaken from my mind, so much so that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. No! No! I'm hungry, I'm hungry. I'm hungry, I'm hungry. No, he said it. He did. Oh, please don't do that. I don't want to be in NPC game, PC name anymore. Okay. Feeling of being an outsider to this school can't be shaken from my mind, so much so that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. The door slowly creaks as if groaning from a deep sleep, though is much easier to open than I anticipated. Leaning over and poking my head even further inside to gain sight of the room as fast as possible, a meek "hello" on my lips is quickly snatched away. This is not as I was expecting. I mindlessly let the door open to its full extent, taking in the sight of the solitary figure taking center stage in the otherwise abandoned room. The situation steals my voice, leaving me standing at the doorway, staring at the beautiful girl. Evidently, having taken her time to assess the situation, the girl gently puts down her teacup and opens her eyes, but doesn't look at me. Hello there. May I help you? Staring directly in front of herself, the movements of her lips seem to break the silence rather than the words. However, it's the soft, measured voice that reminds me she's a being separate from myself. Not only is she likely the tallest girl I've ever laid eyes on, but even among the foreigners I've met, she's strikingly distinct. Foreigners! Hi, sorry for intruding. I was just, kind of lost. She takes a moment to formulate a response before speaking. Every action she takes feels as if it's carefully choreographed beforehand. Care to take a seat? Unexpected, considering that I'm intruding upon her. Thanks. I slowly step towards another seat opposite her, girl resting the teacup and saucer on the wooden table in between. The way she doesn't track my movements with her head is telling. That and the slight cloudiness in her eyes means she must be at least partially blind, like Kenji. Come to think of it, her voice doesn't have any detectable accent either. I guess she must be half Japanese. As I take my seat, her composure takes me slightly off guard. Her air of relaxed confidence makes the silence entirely comfortable. The calming atmosphere is so very different from the student council office. I take it you're a new student, Tayamaku. Yeah, I just transferred in yesterday. I get the distinct feeling my speech patterns don't match the formality of hers, accentuated by her restrained bow of greeting, one which I hasten to match before realizing the futility of the action. I'm Lily Sato. Pleased to meet you. Isao Nakai. She gives a nod before gesturing roughly in the direction of her teacup. Would you care for a drink? Sure. Drinks from her teacup. What's she gonna do? Much as it pains me, I can't keep step with her formality in the proceedings. She gives a kind nod, taking the request in stride. Without another word, she steps off the chair and prepares a second cup of tea from a collection of supplies laid out along a shelf. A brush here, a brush there, her left hand often lightly touching the side of whichever container she's pouring into. It seems to be a process she's followed dozens of times before. As I lean sideways to see around her back, she seems to use her long, dainty fingers to measure the right amount of water in the cup. It's one thing to see the different disabilities the students in my class have, but it's quite another to see how everyone seems to adapt. Shizune and Misha have no problem working together to communicate to me. Lily herself seems to have workarounds for problems I'd never thought of. While I feel slightly guilty about her doing the work, she seems pleased to be following the correct process of the offerer preparing the drink. So, her soft voice brings me out of my silent observance. Which room were you looking for? It's not often this classroom is visited after school. Oh, I cannot speak. The school library. Shizune and some classmates told me it was on this floor. She finished pouring water into the teacup as she nods. A small metallic tapping coming from the teacup indicates it being stirred. I am aware of Miss Hakamichi, as are most students. To be with them means you're in class 3-3, no? That's right, in the science room with Muto. He gives a small giggle before setting down the teaspoon and slowly walking towards the table, teacup and saucer in hand. He's quite the character. I imagine you'll come to like him. Most do. As she sets down the tea, I gently take it and have a sip. I'm really more of a coffee person, but this seems like a rather bad moment to bring it up. Whoa! Accidentally. Nonetheless, the smell's quite nice. I hardly think it'd be hard to choke it down. Thanks, Tatao. It tastes really nice. She smiles and quickly waves her hands in front of her face. Lily, please, there's no need to be too formal. She says this in spite of her exceedingly well-bred speech. Oh well. I guess I should try to ask her about herself, as it really does seem as if she's catering to me. So, which class are you from? I imagine it's one of the third-year classes. Correct. I'm in class 3-2, which is on the third floor, same as yours. It's taught by Miyagi, Miyagi, and is specifically for both blind and partially blind students. I see. Sorry. I feel like slapping myself for the faux pas. Looking at her face, though, she doesn't seem to the least bit put off by it. My, there's no need to change your speech on my account. Sure. Sorry. I guess I'm really showing my newness here. An environment like this would be a big change, so I can't fault you for it. While the same can't be said for everyone, many have come to terms with their conditions. A category which would include her, it seems, all too ready to jump ship from this particular topic. I segue into another. Do you come here to drink tea often? You come here often? It's a really nice place. Thinking on it, this might be her version of the place behind my school that I liked to have lunch at. I come here fairly often during lunch times. My duties as class representative don't. She's got the clap. As class representative, don't leave enough time for an official club. So a friend and I use this room for having tea. Class representative, huh? Compared to Shizune, her mannerisms seem to be almost completely opposite. While Shizune's blunt and fiercely driven, Lily seems relaxed and calm, almost aloof. Come to think of it, she might be useful for a less biased view of the school's clubs. What kind of clubs are there to join? The most popular ones are the track and field club, which uses the field near the school during lunch times, baseball club, the book club, and a room near the library. There are also numerous small ones too, though, such as the art and music clubs. At a time when I'm just wanting to get on my feet, rushing into a club right away seems slightly unappealing. I wonder if this school shares the same rule as my old one. Is it compulsory to join a club? It isn't, though it is encouraged. Ah, good, that's a relief. Really let down my guard around this girl to let such a thing slip out. Fucking farts. Stone Stream Fortnite. Stone Stream Eminem Fortnite. Cold Stream Eminem Fortnite. Readery Stream Eminem Fortnite. I don't know what an Eminem Fortnite is, but I'm not streaming no Fortnite. This ain't no Let's Play channel. This ain't no video game channel. This here is literature. This is literature we're looking at here. I've really let down my guard around this girl to let such a thing slip out. You just... The fact seems to slightly amuse her. Not wanting my tea to get cold, I finally start drinking it as Lily does the same. I'm sorry. You should be. I suggested I would play a video game. What a ridiculous notion. I don't play computer games. Anyway, back to my visual novel. It's an M&M Fortnite. I don't understand what that means. I didn't play Skittles Fortnite. Did they add M&M to Fortnite? Is he a playable character now? Oh, I hope so. A real Slim Shady. As I look over the window over her shoulder, I notice the light coming into the room has a slightly... I don't know why I said slightly. Has a distinctly orange tint. Even here, time doesn't stand still. The time's gone quickly. He just finished playing a whole game of Risk. It's like 8 o'clock at night, realistically. They added M&M to Fortnite. Ladies and gentlemen, the West has fallen. No, just kidding. That's a completely meaningless piece of information to me. It's time. The time's gone quickly. Sorry? Right, she's blind. Of course she can't see the sun setting. It just looks like the sun's starting to set. It seems to come as a surprise for her. I guess she must have lost track of the time. That's true. How do blind people check the time? I guess they must make watches for the blind. How do they work? Does it press a button and then it says 3:08? Or are there braille watches? I can't imagine there are braille watches because having to touch the mechanical parts of the watch. It probably is like a little digital clock that just says 3:08. It wouldn't even have to have a face on it. I guess you probably would want it to have a face so that you could point it at somebody else and say, "What's the time?" Sorry, Hisao. I didn't mean to keep you from the library for so long. Quickly moved to allay her concern. No, it's okay. The library is still open, isn't it? She pauses and takes a moment to think on it. It's probably something I should have asked Shizune when I had the chance, but Lily seems likely to know in any case. True, it's open until 6:30 during weekdays. A quick glance at my watch confirms I have well enough time to get there. Okay. He has well enough time to get there before 6:30, so it's at least, it's at most like 6 o'clock. but realistically, that probably means more like it's 5:30, and if the sun is setting on a spring day, 5:30 probably is about the time, maybe 5:45 at the latest. Assuming school got out at 3:30, 3 o'clock, usual 3 o'clock, 3:30. You're really expecting me to believe a whole Risk game lasted 2 hours? Maybe I'm misremembering how long Risk takes, but it seems to me like it would take longer than 2 hours. Dang, I might be really misremembering Risk though. It's been like 6 years since I played it. I gotta play Risk again. I might get going in that case. It's been nice talking with you, Lily. She smiles and gives a deep nod, her hands still neatly folded on the table in front of her. This guy just casually talking to people he's never met before. Very good on him. I mean, I don't know if I could literally walk into a strange classroom and just have like an engaging conversation with somebody after like never meeting them before. I don't know. I don't have Riz like Isao here. She smiles and gives a deep nod, her hands still neatly folded on the table in front of her. It was my pleasure. Oh, come to think of it, shall I show you where the library is? A little embarrassing to have a blind girl leading about. I couldn't possibly ask for more help. I should be able to find it all right. Isao suddenly became more formal. Well, unless my navigational skills fail me, which they seem to have a habit of doing. It's all right. I was going to be talking to the librarian there in any case. I could introduce you. This gets better and better. It's pretty hard to deny her offer. If you're sure, then that'd be great. Thanks. As she stands up to follow me, she takes hold of a straight, retractable cane that had been slipped in the handle of her bag on the floor. This must be for support, whereas... Oh, wait. Compared to the cane the boy in my class had, Lily's looks much thinner and longer. His must be for support, whereas Lily's is for navigation. Together we leave the peaceful room and enter the empty hallway on the way to the library. Dustin, look at you. Side by side, my pace carefully slowed to match hers. We slowly walk through the hallway. It doesn't take long for us to arrive at the door to the warm-looking room, apparently situated in the center of the floor rather than either wing. Ladies first. She gives an appreciative smile at the gesture, taking the lead as we file in. To the left is the wooden library counter, the library proper being on the right. It easily dwarfs my old school's library, with the distinct smell of old books giving the place an almost old world air, because there are no books in America. There doesn't seem to be a lot of students here, considering the time. It isn't a big surprise. Everybody's probably either in the school grounds or the dorms. Yuko, are you here? She says it to thin air since the librarian doesn't seem to be present, and of course Lily can't see this. What's unexpected is that it draws a reaction. Dump! Something from under the counter thuds against it, followed by a quiet wail. Oh. The origin, apparently the librarian, quickly crawls out and bounces up to extremely rigid attention. Hi, Lily. How can I help you? Her voice is strained in a failing attempt to sound casual as she's rubbing the back of her head. Good afternoon. What happened just now? I heard a strange sound. Oh, it's nothing. I just hit my head. See, I dropped an eraser under my desk while I was looking for it, a pencil dropped. And when I was looking for both of them, then you came in and surprised me. You all right? I'm sorry. I couldn't know. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry for making you worry. This is nothing. I've had worse happen to me. She's quick to reverse Lily's apologies, almost frantically trying to push aside the possibility she could be in any way inconvenienced by bashing her head on the counter. Yes, worse things have happened. The girl fidgets with her fingers as Lily doesn't seem to drop her concerned expression. Then she shuffles some papers around the counter for no reason. A little shorter than Lily, replete with glasses, freckles, and a very troubled look, she seems to fit a library perfectly. Ah, Lily, did you get my message? Message? Hmm? Oh, the two imported books that arrived. Right, right, they finally came! I can't believe it took so long, but amidst her celebrations, partly for managing to change the topic, I'm sure, she notices me from the corner of her eye and freezes on the spot when she does. Ah, I'm sorry for not noticing you before. You need to check out a book or return one? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The way she could so quickly shift between moods is a little unsettling. He's with me. Yuko, this is Hisao, a new student. Hisao, this is Yuko, the school librarian. Pleased to meet you. Hisao. Right, Hisao. Pleased to meet you too, Hisao. For a second, she visibly attempts to engrave the name on her mind so she won't forget. Yukao often arranges to import foreign books in Braille for me. Would you like to tell Hisao a little something about the library? Lily's innocent suggestion is met with an expression of abject terror. I. Please, Lily, I can't. I don't know what he could be interested in. This is too much responsibility. How is it any responsibility at all? I don't get. But her objection is so sincere that I don't doubt for a second she would rather disembowel herself on the spot than tell me where the light novels are. But so, are there a lot of books in Braille here? I attempt to save the day by asking the first thing that pops into my head. It seems to work at least partially, as Yuko seems to not exactly relax, but at least look slightly less tense. Well, I think about a third or fourth of Yamakao's library is either in Braille or audio. Makes sense, given all the blind students that be here. If it's only that, how come the library is so big in the first place? Well, we get a lot of new books regularly because the library is adequately endowed. That's probably why. They spend more on new books than on my salary. and then I'd have to organize and shelve all of them. It's so troublesome and they weigh so much. I wish I could quit this job. Very awkward silence follows this revelation of too much information. I'll go check the aisles then, if you don't mind. Probably best for all of us she doesn't keep talking to me. Very well. Meanwhile, Yuko, I would have those books if it's all right with you. My first impression was right. The library is surprisingly big. This is making me want to go to the library right now. Uh, Ambling down the narrow aisles, I studied the spines of books in a random order, occasionally sliding one out to read the blurb, taking it with me if it looks good. In a few moments, I have a respectable stack of books in my arms. I guess I'll never be stuck for choices in here. The normality of the library sinks in. Sure, there are large print and braille books scattered throughout, but it is what it is, a library. It's as if the calm mood from the room I had tea with Lily is snuck in with us in here, unless it was here to begin with. Something about that puts me at ease, just like before. I reach the end of the aisle and find a collection of desks, set up for study or personal reading. Going a little further, though, I discover a nice quiet corner at the back. While the rest of the library has the odd student sitting at a desk, either reading or stealthily sleeping, the back is pretty much deserted. As I glance around, I see someone who I recognize sitting on one of several beanbags. The dark-haired girl from my class, the one who snuck out of the classroom earlier. She's reading a book, keeping it close to her face, which makes her look like she's really into it. Best girl, best girl, best girl, best girl, best girl, best girl. From the way she was acting today, I pegged her as more of a delinquent than a bookworm. In fact, her mysterious disappearance from the class raises all sorts of whys in my head. Intrigue floats slowly but surely towards the surface. Before I know it, I'm walking towards the mysterious, long-haired girl. I guess there's no harm in introducing myself, as I would with anyone else. She's a classmate, after all. Walking over to another beanbag, I take a seat and lay my books beside it. The girl starts, looking scaredly up at me from underneath her fringe. This is the first time I've seen her this close. Underneath her long, dense bangs, I could see that a part of her face, at least a third, if not a half, pretty badly scarred. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scars, subconsciously peeking past her hair until they meet her own eyes. For a second, I am shocked and divert my eyes to the book in her hands before I realize that she is probably only makes that looking away probably only makes it worse. Ooh, another another choice here. This is a truly a game. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Yes, that's the answer I meant to put for the arc I want. It's okay. Girl certainly doesn't look like it's okay, but I let it slide. So, do you mind if I sit here? She seems to be very uncertain whether it's okay or not for me to sit. Finally, she nods just a little. Okay. I take the seat next to her, and she hides herself behind her book. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. Lee never heard of the funny tiger book. I read that book. I like that book because he goes to it's. I thought it was just going to be like a normal survival book. No, there's actually weird sci-fi elements to it or fantasy elements to it. Magical realism almost. There's a whole island of acid that dissolves people down to nothing but their teeth. If I remember correctly. Could have just droned a tiger on there, but actually, I think he became friends with the tiger. If I remember, somewhat friendly. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. So, sorry again for startling you. I'm Hisao. She looks up from her book, stalling a little before replying. I know. We are in the same class. Her speech is stilted and so quiet that it is barely audible even in the still library. Somehow, I think my delinquent impression of her was wrong. Uh, uh, Hanako. I'm a Hanako. Da-da-da-da-da. I resist the urge to say, that's a nice name, just to have something to say. Really, it's the only thing I can think of. I feel like an idiot. Everyone here must be used to being different to each other. Here I am, being all bothered and fussed about that kind of thing. Don't let me interrupt your reading. I'll just check these books if you don't mind. Nods a little, little sigh of relief. I try to read the covers and introductions of the book I picked up, and she buries her face in the book. Comfortable silence consumes us. My eyes still wander to her direction, and I sneak peeks at her flowing hair and the scars it's hiding. After a while, I realize that she's doing the same and only pretending to be immersed in the life of Pi. Her gaze is not inquisitive at all, though. darts around like a scared rabbit. When our gazes finally meet, the chain reaction is unstoppable. He stands up forcefully from the beanbag and takes a deep breath. I, 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 I guess I gotta do something. Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair-like takeoff catches me so off guard that I don't manage to go after her until she has a good head start. By the time I reach the counter, she is nowhere to be seen. Lily and Yuko are happily chatting away. Knowing that I won't be able to catch Hanako myself, I approach the girls. You see or notice a girl run past here? Maybe. Well, what did she look like? Long dark hair, kind of shy. She had, some scars on her face. You wouldn't be talking about Hanako, would you? Yeah, that's her. I saw her reading and tried to talk to her, but I think I scared her off or something. Oh dear. Yuko, would you excuse me? I had better try and find her. Sure, I'll just hold on to these until you come back. What's going on? I'm sorry, but I'll have to explain it to you some other time. Right. I'll see you later then. Lily hastily grabs her cane and hurries out of the library, leaving me alone with Yuko. I don't think I'll ever get the hang of this place. Did I do something wrong? What did you do? Nothing. I was just looking for some books. Then she got this fit and ran off. The most offending thing I can think of was that I might have looked at her general direction a few times. Well, she is a very timid girl. You have to be very careful around her. She can be very jumpy, I think. And she's not accustomed to talking with other people. Isn't that a bit strange? I wonder. It's just how she is, I think. Yuko doesn't sound all that convincing. Again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems, or else they wouldn't be here. How should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casually only makes me feel phony. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room. Yuko fidgets, but looks like she wants to say something to that, but resists it. It's only an elephant if you feel that way. I guess she doesn't have the good sense of self-restraint. Makes me smile and she blushes heavily. What? Did that sound stupid? No, it sounded really wise. I guess you're right. More about me than anyone else. It's all about me, huh? Neither of us has anything to add, so Yuko fills the silence by shuffling some papers around. People who have papers on their desks really like doing that. Did you find any... That's such a stupid observation. People who have papers on their desks really like shuffling them. It's funny. That's like Seinfeld right there. Did you find any books? I should be closing soon. I mean, the library should be closing. I have to do it. I hope it's not too inconvenient for you. Oh yeah, I want some books, but I left them over there because... I'll just go get them. I fetch my stack of books from beside the beanbags where Hanako and I were sitting and return to the corner. Wow, you read a lot, don't you? I surprised myself with that too, honestly. At least when I really think about it. I had a lot of free time earlier this year, so I just kind of started reading books to fill that time. Didn't do much else. Good on you, Hisao. Read books. Books! That's the reason why I'm doing this. It's all book propaganda. Read books. Books. Look at this, books. Here's a book. Here's a book. The color. The books. The books. It was towards May when Dr. Willett, at the request of the senior ward, and fortified with all the current data which the family had gleaned from Charles in his non-secretive days, talked with the young man. Damn, I hated that sentence. Why am I reading books on a book stream? I see. But she doesn't say anything else. It just checked out my books for me. I guess this is what they call tact. Holding the library books with one arm, I trawl my pockets for the key to the door. A sudden sound from behind startles me and makes me nearly drop the books I'm carrying or the key that I almost managed to get into the lock. Who is it? I turn around and see who is talking to me. It's Kenji. He seems to be in a friendly mood, although the light glinting off his glasses in the dark gives him a sinister look. It's just me. This makes him pause and lick his lips nervously. Who's me? I don't know anyone called me. Are you some new guy again? His voice is suddenly strained and quick. Yes, but we've met before, yesterday. I don't think so. I would remember someone who I met only yesterday. When was that? What day is it today? I try to ignore him. Is he joking or what? Prove that we've met before! You live across the hall. You're Kenji. Kenji jumps back, his eyes filled with uncomprehending fear. How did you know my name? Damn, this can mean only one of two things. Either we have met, and you are telling the truth, I just can't remember it, or you are a spy. He pauses. A psychic spy. His eyes dart around me, trying to peek into my room, although it's hard to believe he can see anything through those thick glasses. His mood swung from friendly to manic in less than a minute. I'm not psychic. How do I know that? I'm not a mind reader. Kenji points a finger in my face damningly. Unlike you! Stop that, man. We met yesterday. What's wrong with you? I live in this room. Lies! If you think you can pass as Hisao because I'm legally blind, you are sorely mistaken. You don't even look like him. I mean, the resemblance is real slim shady. Maybe as a distance, but who do you think you're kidding? I want to grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Exasperated, I rub my eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Stay there! Kenji comes closer, one careful step at a time. I stay still, lest he assault me physically, though I doubt he could do much damage, even if he did. Oh wait, I see it now. Damn, it really is you. Sighing again, and then once again for good measure, I step backwards just in case. What's up, man? You don't look too good, I think. Something wrong? I don't know. Just had something stupid happen to me. A few stupid things, actually, even if you discount this one. I can't get a proper touch on other people here. I have no idea if it's because of me or because of them. I don't know why I'm telling this to Kenji. It's not like we've had any contact either. That's rough, dude. I'm sorry about calling you a psychic spy and all, but you can never be too careful. It's the hard reality we live in. I'm slowly starting to think that Kenji isn't necessarily living in the same reality as the rest of us. See, this is how it is, this world. There is no justice. You see, even when I lose, I win, because I don't lose the lesson. What does that even mean? Doesn't matter. He dismisses it flatly with a wave of his hand. So what happened? Why the long face? Do you have a long face? Ugh, it's nothing. I just scared some girl off accidentally. Literally, too. She actually ran away from me. Was it my fault, really? Was my fault, really, I think. I'm not really used to all this yet. Girl? A cute one? Cute? It's a hard question. She had a nice body, really beautiful hair, but the face. I guess it could go either way. Uh-oh. Was she cute? I mean, I have a hard time saying this, but dang, I gotta say it for the arc I'm trying to do now. I have to say, she wasn't cute. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This content is no longer available. My stream down? Doesn't look like it is. Just can't watch it off of my own thing. I had my stream on my phone here. I could see chat. Okay. No, I said no. Yeah, no, it's not down. I just couldn't see it off of my phone there for a second there. I got worried. You are truly my nemesis. You're just like that. You're just like Kenji. You're like this guy here. You're a crazy person. You're delusional. You don't belong in polite society. Melted Ark. You're a scumbag. You're a real scumbag. I have to say she wasn't cute, even though it's my precious Hanako we're talking about here. Oh well. Do 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 do. Not exactly cute, no. Oh my god, what did I just do? I just rewound time. Oh my god. I figured out the power of backwards time travel. With this, I can rule the world. But I still have to say she wasn't cute. There are a lot of cute girls here. A strangely disproportionate amount. I believe this must be one of the dark secrets of this school. I tried to warn you, man, but did you listen? I don't remember any such warning. Dark secrets. Yes, dark secrets. Extremely dark. Like a black hole. Have you noticed that the number of girls in this school is slightly, but significantly, higher than the number of boys? Like 60-40. Turns his head to the left and stares off into the distance at nothing. Why is this? I mean, to the untrained eye, it doesn't appear to be that bad. That is a full 20%. One would think that a school with such a huge pool of women would be a man's dream, but no. What I am about to tell you could blow your mind. Are you ready? Listen well, men. He's about to drop some real wisdom. I don't know where this is going, but I won't be missing much by cutting out now. No, I am not ready. I only get as far as turning the doorknob before Kenji starts talking again, showing that he doesn't really care if my mind is blown or not. I believe that this school is a battleground, the site of a feminist infiltration. The disparity in the number of men to women is a clear sign of how far they have come. In case this Cold War turns hot, they will have superiority in numbers. Just another skirmish in the eternal war against the forces of the feminists. They're everywhere. In Japan, women outnumber men. It's not a 60-40 split, but it's only a matter of time, man. Even in America, women are the majority by a hair. They're building up their numbers. Even in the past, the buildup of a military has always been the clearest sign of imminent war. Japan is the first step. Our economy is badass, and the country itself is small and isolated, yet a huge part of the Pacific in terms of political value. The perfect target. They're so cunning, as expected of women. Soon the day will come when... Kenji's voice trails off ominously. That's why you can't trust them. They will string you along and then kill you, just as they killed me. You'll end up just like me. Oh, hell no. I can't stop myself from blurting it out. Hey, what the hell does that mean? You said it, not me. The best I can think of. So? You're not supposed to say something like that. So damn rude. Where was I? Oh, yeah, vast feminist conspiracy. Stop it, stop! I lost you. I lost you way, way back there somewhere. Somewhere around feminist infiltration. Too hard to follow? It's cool. I have some graphs and stuff in my room. And puppets. You like puppets? No puppets. You don't like puppets. Okay. Graphs are still cool, though, right? He speaks energetically, responding almost before I'm done talking, moving his hands in an animated way as he continues to rant on. This is too strange. I had him pegged as relatively normal, but it's clear that I was wrong. Something on your mind, dude? Just thinking about it, what it's like to be the last sane man in an insane world. Kenji frowns, looking deeply upset. You mean that's you? Can't be, because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. That is my dream. You can't just steal a man's dream. He wants to be. He wants to be in a last sane man. That's how I do feel talking to people who believe in like vast conspiracies. I love how he's like, they're gonna do. They are amassing all this power so that they can. Like, no, there's never any logic behind it. Just, I will gain. They will gain things, which really is all you need. That kind of is true. That's all people's motivation really is. But I don't know. They almost want their conspiracies to be true, even though it would be hellish if they were. What the hell? There can't be two last sane men. That would invalidate the whole last part. And that part is kind of important. There can only be one. Like in that foreign movie, where there could only be one. And in the end, there's only one dude left. Because that was the whole point. I have never seen anyone talk so heatedly and so defensively about absolutely nothing before. He has clearly not met me. Oh. Anyway, you wait here, I can get my graphs. I also have a list of other dark and complex conspiracies that this school holds, as tangled as. Quick, finish my analogy for me. Be a pal. This guy really is literally me. Oh no. Finish my analogy. Quick, finish my analogy. I'm going to bed now. It's extremely late. It doesn't sound like an analogy, but whatever. I like you. You seem like a cool dude. Most people don't understand what I'm talking about when I try to explain this vast feminist conspiracy to them. And denial is a terrible thing. Later. Claps me on the back and then vanishes into his room so quickly and quietly. It's like he didn't even open the door, but instead walked right through it like a ghost. I don't know if I can fully digest what just happened, so I give up and go to my bedroom, kicking off my shoes before falling face first into bed. It takes me some time to relax and get up, so I get started on my homework. Because the sheets are cool and comforting against my cheeks, it feels good just lying there with my eyes closed. School is like some kind of bizarre and surreal island. It's isolated on top of a mountain. Each person is stranger than the last. I just can't seem to fit in. What irony. One would think that fitting in a place that's made for people who are unfit for anywhere would be easy. What? How would that be easy? Maybe I'm trying too hard. Although I say that, it doesn't take the edge off. The words are left echoing off my empty walls. I guess it's not as bad as I expected, though. This place really is more a school and less a hospital pretending it's a school than I thought it would be. Nothing else, the scenery is beautiful. I open one eye, seeing the school books and bottles of pills arranged side by side on my desk. Maybe this place is too much like a normal school after all. Do 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 do. Ma 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 ma. Feel very tired this morning. I have not saved once. I should probably do that just in case something terrible happens. I don't need any. Oh, I guess I played earlier this year. I went through this for an hour. Okay. 2 hours and 16 minutes on this. Not that bad. I think at 3 o'clock, unless it looks like I'm really close to the next arc, which I don't think I am. I can't remember. I haven't even met the girl I'm trying to romance. Uh, unless it looks like I'm real close to that next arc, I think I'll finish at 3 o'clock. No, don't go. I really want to go to the library. I went to the library in this book or in this visual novel, and it made me really, I don't know, jonesing to go to the library. Plus, I got to drop some library books off, the old fairy tale book and stuff. I still have those in my car. I'm gonna get a fee if I don't return them soon. So I got to go to the library today. I think it's still open. Yeah, I'm sure it's still open at 3. Okay, back to this though. Back to the story. I feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. Okay, go to the library. I don't need your permission, melted arc. In fact, that makes me almost not want to go. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like the day is going to be heavy. I don't have a problem with that now, though. Shizune and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do, so this situation is convenient for me. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat. No one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. I turn my head to see that Shizune and Misha are looking at me. Shizune gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now. There is no escape." Jan, looks like we're together again. Yay! Yay! Yeah! Misha leans sideways. Oh God, they're approaching. Misha leans sideways while Shinaze pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now, unless I were to jump through the window. Do it, the feminists are coming. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly. Da 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 da. What's wrong, He-chan? Da 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 da. Oh, He-chan, had you been thinking about what we said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? It's okay, He-chan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be really rude to expect you to have an answer for us this early. Right? Right? I'm so happy you two are able to have a laugh at my expense. I'm even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. Now that that's over, Shimize snaps back into a serious mode, and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand in an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at the stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only 2 problems. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much, considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shunze probably knows how little there is and simply doesn't care. It seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. Ooh, there's Hanako. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problems. Looks like she's working alone. Can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Thinking back to how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Huh? Ooh, He-chan. Her, Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone? I think so, He-chan. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? I was just thinking maybe she could work with us or something. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, He-chan. Why not? Shi-chan won't get along with her. Why not? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that lilting up and down quality present in everything she says. Just because, He-chan! By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation. Makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she has been saying this whole time. Dot, 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 dot. What, Shi-chan? The friend of my enemy is my enemy? That sounds so harsh. I'm not going to say that. You said it anyway. I know, He-chan. It's fine if you overhear. I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand the things Shizune is saying, and vice versa. That also why she signs all the time, so there's never a conversation Shizune would be left out of? Da, 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 da. Anyway, we should start on the problems now, He-chan. We finish with time to spare and decide to ask if there are any alternatives at the cafeteria, as frankly, the food so far has been subpar. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing among themselves about their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we'll have time to go all the way there. And what about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? Maybe. They seem so distracted by it, they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder toward the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. An odd sight. Everyone in the class is busying themselves with the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks. Ones with actual boxed lunches mixed in are chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. When I watch Hanako, it feels that I'm the only one who can see her, almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hadn't turned a page since I started watching her. Guess she's waiting for someone. What to do? Pretty sure read my book is the answer to this. And this is the readery, of course, not the talkery. Yes, read my book is the Act 1 answers. So, I will read my book, as this is the readery. Sorry, Hanako, you're still best girl in my heart. I do what I always do when I don't know what to do, like now. I've already started on one of those books I borrowed yesterday, and took it with me to school to fill the empty moments between classes. I used to do that too. I find the page that I creased a corner of to mark the spot I left yesterday night, pick up from there. Isha and Shizune are still arguing heatedly, probably about restaurants still. If I joined them, I'd get caught up in that, or worse, get grilled about joining the student council. Misha isn't speaking aloud since there's nobody who'd need to hear what they are saying, what they are talking about. Why does she tend to sign things even when Shizune doesn't need to understand what's being said? Or even more strangely, when Shizune's not around at all. What an odd conflict of habits. I find it hard to focus on the book, and besides, the lunch break beckons me to leave the dullness of the classroom. I do so, heading down for the cafeteria. Misha and Shizune come to a conclusion of one kind or another, follow in my wake, though still talking in their animated fashion. That's Melted Arc. Look at your beaver teeth, your broken nose. Ooh. Poke, 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 poke. Just around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a runaway train. Ooh! Oh, it's anal. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down on the hallway floor. She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. More striking than that, though, she doesn't have any legs. Or she does, but they're not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs end in shins and feet made of some black metallic or plastic like material. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. I will get you back for that, says Melted Arc. I'd like to see you try. The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up. Oh man! I don't think I'm going to talk to her much, so I'll just give her a real stupid voice. Oh man, hey, are you all right? I'm sorry about that. Really, actually, I don't know. Maybe she is a main character in Rem's arc. I wasn't looking where I was going, and you just came out of nowhere. Sorry. He's looking really apologetic, in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forgot about being angry or anything, since hurt puppies are my weak spot. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ouch. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't, it's all good. Don't think about me. I say that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself. Don't forget your medication, and most of all, don't get hit in the chest. I try to rub my solar plexus to chase the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear the heartbeat. It seems normal. Hey, should I get a nurse? Hey, should I get a nurse? The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds, dumbfounded, until I realize that I probably looked worse off than I really was. I doubled over myself and looking all tense. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. No need, I'm vain. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time and take a deep breath. Just knocked the wind out of me. Big time. But it's nothing more than that. You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard. It's okay. I said I was fine. And nothing's broken. No harm done. That's good. Feel a hand on my shoulder at the same time. The girl's. Oh my god, what just happened? Beep! I don't have time to look behind me because Shizune is already moving, shoving me aside and stomping over to the girl, shining furiously at her. Miss. Oh, goodness gracious. Ibarazaki! Miss Ibarazaki! I saw that! Running in the halls is strictly forbidden! Misha translates right on Shizune's tail, but her voice is girlishly playful, not full of the divine fury Shizune's arm movements would seem to call for. I was just going to get some stuff, and I was kind of in a hurry. You've been told about this 1,000 times before. Your reckless behavior endangers other students. And even worse, it's explicitly against the school's regulations. Much worse than endangering students' lives, breaking the rules. The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously, like a little child caught misbehaving. It's so cute I find myself smiling. I know that. I was just... Make sure that this does not happen again. Although I'm sure telling you this is futile, you only cause me further headaches when you choose to ignore the regulations. Got that, Emmy? The small girl sticks her tongue out in response. I gotta go. Teacher will have my head. I promised to help with printouts, but I went running instead. Sorry, I've got a change in everything. Before Misha or Shunze or I can say anything. She's already bolted, running again from where she was a second ago, almost halfway towards the stairwell. Shizune looks like she's about to go nuclear on the spot, so I smile at her in a vain attempt to calm her down. Dot 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 dot. Are you okay, Hichan? That Ibarazaki girl is always like that, causing trouble to others. You know, I'm pretty certain Shizune wouldn't call me Hichan. Never mind, never mind. Dot 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 dot. Anyway, I'm okay. I just got the wind knocked out of me. Dot 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 dot. That's great, Hichan. I wouldn't call that great, but I let this one. I let that slide this one time. Oh God, burpees. Dot, 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 dot. We have to run now. There's an important student council meeting regarding the festival, and we finally decided where to eat. Dot, 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 dot. Too bad you can't join, but this lunch meeting is only for student council members. Can take you there some other time. Oh, but that'd be like a date, wouldn't it? Girls leave for downstairs. I didn't manage to get far from the third floor hallway before all this commotion struck, literally. I should get going as well. Lunch and the afternoon class pass uneventfully. I read most of the book I had started yesterday and eat some of the mostly inedible offerings at the cafeteria. Class is tiresome. Teacher seems like an okay person despite the weird first impression I got, and the material is relatively interesting. However, the way he teaches is really bizarre. Uh-oh. It's as if he expects that everyone is a natural genius. When the final bell sounds, I realize that there is still a lot of time left in the day. I'm left wondering what to do. It's odd, but at the hospital I had 24 hours a day of free time. But here, filling the considerably shorter hours feels difficult. Everyone else leaves. I'm left alone with the teacher. Muto is explaining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, Muko is examining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. Raising his eyes from his papers briefly, he notices me, furrows his brow. What is it, Nakai? I jump at him, addressing me, but I guess it's natural to spark some conversation since there's nobody else around. Nothing. Just thinking about what I'd do after school. The teacher slowly puts the cap on the pen he is holding and arranges his papers into a stack, whacking it against the desk twice. He seems very methodical, and for a brief moment I'm reminded of Shizune, but the teacher is more unhurried and relaxed, much more routine. You have no plans? No, I considered joining a club. I don't know what kind of club would interest me. Go and observe a meeting of someone else's club. Might pique your interest. Yes, I just don't know how to continue from there. Muto looks at me in a way that makes me quickly want to take the words back to avoid a conversation. But I can't, so I'll have to forge ahead. I just don't know how to deal with people. I mean, the other students. I'm talking to people and everything, so it's not that I'd be isolated or anything. I just don't know what to think about the disabilities. It's like it feels that I'm being impolite if I pay attention to them, and it's weird to ignore them. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Teacher scratches his cheek absent-mindedly, looking very unresponsive. These things are only an issue if you make them one. You can talk normally with someone, even if they are blind or something. Try to look behind the superficial. There's not a single student here who isn't just a normal kid behind whatever they might seem at first glance. He says the same thing Yuko did. I know they're right, but it's hard. Can you not consider, for example, Shinuse's deafness? The only way to communicate with her is to talk through Misha. Or Hanako. It's not that you can ignore her face. But I'm interrupted by the door of the classroom suddenly slamming open. Teacher! Misha crashes in, hands straight in an enthusiastic, "What the? She's giving a Sieg Heil? her voice loud and lively enough to wake the dead from their graves. Yeah, Hitler. She started walking towards the teacher's desk with her bouncing step, hands energetically swinging with the rhythm. Muto, visibly dismayed at the interruption, and Misha in general, slumps in his chair. Mikado. Misha stops in her track and looks around cluelessly, as if she's sensing from his tone that something's wrong, but has no idea what. Yes? You've talked about volume control before? Yes? But she doesn't lower her voice at all. And the teacher just rubs his eyes. So what is it? I. We need help! We're running out of supplies for the festival stands! This is a distress! She waves a pink slip of paper she's holding around. So go get more supplies from the art room. What's the problem with that? Plywood! Plywood is always the problem. Last time we wanted more, there was only a little. But that time we just took it all and went with that. Now there's no more left. So do you know what where there is some? I don't understand. How would I know? Seek-chan, I mean, the president thought that a teacher would know if there's plywood. Was she wrong? Muto looks like he is in great pain, frowning with his entire essence. Misha doesn't get it at all. Looking at the two of them communicate is terrible, like looking at a man being tortured by drilling his skull open while blasting pop music at full volume at the same time. I'm afraid I have no idea if there is any plywood in the school, let alone where it would be if there was any. What should I do? Perhaps try to find Mr. Nomiya. Nomaya? I'm quite sure he would know where to find everything you need. You'd have to pry it from his cold, dead hands. That's a different matter. Aha! I don't have any time! We're so busy! She holds her head with both her hands, looking as despairing as possible for a person like her. Without even noticing, she crumples the note she's holding against her hair. I shouldn't even be fetching these things. There's too much to do, and we're falling behind the schedule. Muto looks at her gravely and then suddenly smiles. Smiling doesn't really fit his face. I think it'd be better if he didn't. I wonder if you could get some temporary help. He switches to staring at me focusedly, a hard expression as if trying to say, go make some friends. I guess I can give you a hand. Oh, I guess I can give you a hand. You can? Thanks, He-chan. You're really nice. You really aren't. You are really nice. Yeah, okay. She pauses, does a double take, and then points at me with her finger, yelling, "Ah!" and looking very puzzled. Come to think of it, what's He-chan doing here? Class is over. You should be having fun. We just had a little chat. Oh no, it's not detention, is it? Are you in trouble, He-chan? No, I'm not. Is He-chan in trouble, teacher? No, he's not. Muto sighs deeply, and I feel that I have to help Misha to get her off the teacher's back. So, what do you need? Here's a list. I could try to find the plywood from somewhere if there's none in the art room. She offers me the note she's holding. I take it, hesitating a bit. I said I'd help you, but this has no implication on whether I'm joining the council or not. Aww. Still, thanks, He-chan. Try to be quick. We're in the stall building streak right now. We are in a stall building streak now. We must hurry, hurry, hurry. She bounces out of the classroom, leaving me and the teacher looking at each other with something that feels like a silent agreement. Well, there you have it, Nakai. You have something to do now. Please don't sound so smug. Looking at the list with a number of items ranging from paint to plywood, all written in small, neat handwriting that is undoubtedly Shinade's. I heave a sigh. I'll be going. Peter Griffin is in Fortnite? What the? Peter? Peter is in Fortnite? Waving the long list limply at the teacher, I exit the hallway. Peter Griffin would be perfect. He's actually in this game, too. He's in this school. He's a student at this school. The classroom closest to ours are designated belonging to 3-1 and 3-2 on the right side and 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor still, with identical doors, are rooms that I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as much as such. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. The classroom, but seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desks and chairs are all around the room. A thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corner, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in light from the big windows, shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room. Anybody home? Something catches my eye as I stop mid-sentence. Ooh. Sitting on the desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform with a fork between her toes, a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me aback even more. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner very still, but I somehow took her as part of the furnishing or a statue at first glance. I'm not being too observant today as a whole. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. This is strange to me. This is a strange feeling because I know this is the arc I'm going down. So it's like I know the future. It's like I'm looking at somebody. I obviously don't know what happens in the arc. I want to know what happens there. But the ability to look at somebody and know what your relationship with them in the future will be, it's a very strange feeling. Imagine you're walking down the street and you just look at somebody and you say, oh wow, that person's going to be my wife in a few years. That person's going to have my children. Obviously, I don't know if that's what happens in this game, but it's a strange power. Very strange feeling to know exactly their relationship. Anyway, yeah, here's a girl I'm going their arc. Just now meeting her, so I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. This weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically. Hello? The girl stuffs the forkful in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello. I was told to pick up some supplies from here for some festival stalls, I think. I didn't think there'd be someone here. There isn't. That's why I came here too. She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrows as if she was suspecting my observation was false. You're pretty observant. Guess it does. Who are you? This girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai. Hisao Nakai. I just transferred in on Monday. I'm Rin. Tezuka Rin. Rin Tezuka. I, I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. Kind of bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all. While I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate and whether this girl is, she seems to have kind of lost interest in me and is now gazing yearningly back at her food. I continue my lunch. If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. You need to get your stuff. The supplies are at the back. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already over for the day. What word would you use then? There's no word for a meal you eat after lunch, but before dinner, right? It bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say. I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. But I'm hungry now, and my delicious boxed lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry. It's very delicious. With much decisiveness, Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes, and with at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. So, Nakai, what brings you to this place? Like I said, I was told to look for these things. No, this school. Outside, you look fine. Your problem inside? I come to a full stop, opening my mouth but not getting a word out. I. I can guess. I'm good at guessing, better than most people. Rin cuts me off before I could answer her question. I skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition, or maybe it's only because it hasn't really come up. I do get the feeling not making issues of this is a part of the social code here, the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I couldn't. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstances, Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be, with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer was written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. I don't think it's anything in your head, and something in your guts would be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine, and less delicious. The problem must be in your pants. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back even physically as Rin's eyes widened in revelation and astonishment. So I was right. There's something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spit out the first thing I can think of. Oh, nothing like that. I have a heart problem, arrhythmia. I said it. Well, I blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. How boring. Trouble in your pants would have been much more scandalous. What's with this reaction? I'm sorry to let you down. I forgive you. Just, I collect people, and a person with, that kind of problem would have been really great. Collect people? People with different problems. Huh. So you just, go around asking people what's wrong with them? Pretty much. I see. Little left to say, Ren resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away. I keep thinking about what was said. First time I told anyone else about my condition, all the other people have either known about it already or heard about it from someone else, or didn't need to know about it, like every other student here so far. Should I have told it as a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me? Hi, I'm Hasao. I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities would define us? What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has an unnatural interest in such things. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, chance opens to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair is burnt auburn, almost orange, cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. Boy's uniform and the lack of arms makes her look very thin, almost scrawny. She is not particularly pretty, except for her murky green eyes, which flicker restlessly from below her short bangs, even when she eats. Distance and the shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would use their arms. However, I can see this sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. Makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural. It's too late now, isn't it? I keep searching the cabinets and shelves for Misha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable, so I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. So, do you always eat alone and this late, or do you get the occasional visitor? Visitors? Maybe you are my first occasional visitor. I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof if she's not horsing around. Horsing? He likes to do sports. Oh, that's all I can think of to say. Both of us fall silent again as Rin forks the last bite of her meal into her mouth. Look down at my haul and double check it with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. So I think I have all the things now. That's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay. I was about to take a nap anyways. You need to do whatever you are going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleeping. Eh? I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Even if I did, I think I'd have to be going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka. You can call me Rin. I feel that our relationship is at a good enough point to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine, then I'm Hisao. And you are. Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. Like she's not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere. See you later, Hisao. There is something like a tiny smile in her face, maybe. I quietly back out of the room. As I shut the door in front of my face, I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside, I hear a muffled, sing song voice. I heard that. What did you hear? Oh, God. Misha jump scare. Oh! I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. Somehow she had gotten to jumping distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. Briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about a globalist feminist conspiracy. I pushed that thought aside. Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No, wait. More importantly, who's in there? There's no club meeting today. She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here? You took so long that we had to come and check what's wrong. That's no good, He-chan. She wags her finger at me scoldingly. I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy. Sorry. I got things here. I was just going to bring them. I think you're up to some mischief, He-chan. Who was in there with you, I wonder? Nisha signed something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me, opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. Shizune's diligence and attitude, insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it, must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders. From suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning aside furiously at Misha. Maybe she didn't blow up, but I can't understand. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me, too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Oh, wow. Hello? Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door. It takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with half interested, half sleepy face. Hello. Dot, 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 dot. Miss Tezuka, what do you think you are doing? You are absolutely not permitted to use school property for such disgraceful activity. It sure is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know I was this popular. It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune Misha's scolding as they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin, and makes some quick signs. Dot, 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 dot. Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Dot, 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 dot. Anyhow, how's your project going? Will it be done for the festival? Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting on her. I keep wondering about that myself, too. Dot, 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 dot. And? We'll think about it harder. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, I feel like I've pronounced her name like 20 different ways. Shizune. Her face turns into an unsatisfied frown. Da 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 da. Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it. Red nods assertively. We'll think more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't, not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Ren frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true, though. I must finish my project before the weekend. Be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future. I'm about to ask what project she has and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art classroom. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it. She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. Lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. You sure? Ooh, where do you need to take it? Away. Oh, poo, poo, poo. Man, I'm catching her sleepiness. Also, her face looks kind of weird in this. Away. And with that, she takes off to the hallway, me and the paint can following since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet and empty now, with Shizune and Misha gone, so we have to leave. So we have to leave towards the stairwell at the other end. To leave? Come on, people. TOO leave. We have to leave. To what leave? Too much leave? I don't understand. That's the wrong two. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to another because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching, or maybe I am walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox like grin. Ah, Mr. Nakai, what a happy coincidence. Tezuka too, of course. He nods quarters to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me because obviously it's me who he has some business with. There's something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. Enthusiastic? It's about your medication. Since you haven't been that long on your current medication, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we'll have to do a few tests regularly. But what I'd want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headache, anything, and come see me if anything happens. All right. So, how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently, this takes longer than my biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too, teachers and students here, my parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school, except this school. This is a small school. But they have like four, what's that, 4 or 5 senior class? I think it was 4 senior classrooms. I would imagine that's a pretty sizable amount of students. Uh, this is a small school, and both the student base and the facility faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. Thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you have taken up exercising as I asked. Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me? Not as such. I just happen to know a few people. But that's not the issue here, so don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can up and down a few times, like a sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arms painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back like it was never gone. Kazuka, would you give us a second? The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which she didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you're still in your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything, like dieting. You promise me to be more serious about this from now on. Oh, another question, another question. Maybe. Maybe. No, I mean, he gives a nasty sort of look when I say that, making me try to take back the word. I mean, I don't know. I'm still trying to get used to the school. I promise to try, though. You're not being very convincing there, Hisao. Tip number one: medical professionals are not amused if you take their advice lightly. What's up with him? As if a day or two would make that much of a difference. Didn't do anything at the hospital either. Yeah, okay, sorry. He studies me for a moment and then shrugs, smiling again. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms offering consultation to you if you want to jog a bit. Consultation? See you around. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer. I walk to Rin, who has been waiting, idly leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale lighting fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off of them. Are you getting medication for your heart thingy? Were you listening? Comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality, too, talking about that kind of thing in public. Not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird's. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there's some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? Not really. Just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer. She neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. Leave the main building and Rin leads us onward towards the dorm. We stop at a small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. Probably the only inconvenient design at the school. The entire wall is made of the same kind of bricks as the building itself. It has been covered with some sort of painting. Most of it's still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the gray plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall. Some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands. Can't say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground beside the wall. See, left side is hardly off the ground yet. Because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was Sunday morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from art class are helping with the negative spaces, base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. Reach is better and it's faster too. She goes on a tangent, waving a little with her arm, or whatever of it there actually is, to demonstrate even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around, and it makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student base's special properties has in the past few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago already, and just keeps on blabbering. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there is something I need to figure out, and then figure that out before it's too late and all hope is lost. Why would the hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So, this is your project? You did this? Yes, yes. All of it? Yes. Nice. But I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into a minefield of political incorrectness. It's okay, you can say it. I probably won't get mad. I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels that I'm more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Although, anyways, I don't think it is. And maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she was using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat? Yeah, well, paintings tend to be flat. Not that, not like that flat. Flat like some people are. No substance, no meat. There should be some. I know a few girls who. Okay, I get it. But I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. Can't name many artists or artistic terms. I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying, "Suit yourself," without saying it, and looks up at the sky as if trying to look for something up there. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you gave me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp, like the ones they have at the sports track. There aren't any. Rin is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Why not? Not really sure if I can be of any help though. It's just mixing some paints. You can do that, probably. You have motor control problems, like those people who have some cerebral palsy, maybe that I know of. I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that. She gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. She sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paints flow lazily from the can to the bowl like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotonous hue. I don't know why I said monotonous. Clearly, the word was monotone. Rin sets to work, every now and then asking me for a hand with something or other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last millimeter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. 3:30. Add half a splash of green. I crouch down to pick up a can of bright green. The other green, this green. Carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl. No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good color to add? No idea. You're the artist here. A hint of a smile appears in the corner of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, it's just that I have no idea. It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. This exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. Looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream, but you can't remember it. Maybe it's yellow. Despite the impossibility of mixing a color like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting being born on the plastered wall feels like magic. I spend the moments I have between mixing paints crouching down on the paving and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, breaking some imaginary intimacy. Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire precise Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details. adding layers of paint on top of other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixtures, neither of us says a word for the longest time, even though those short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues, as if there was some need to conserve words and breath and sound. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. Ooh, that is pretty hot. Working on painting with somebody, coming up with your own little code words. That's the kind of stuff that gets my heart a fluttering. As weird as I am for that. I always like things that only me and another person can understand. That's what I consider intimacy. Ugh. Man, oh man, that was a long stream there. I think I'm gonna call it quits though. I don't usually like to play video games for this many hours of the day, and I know this is a reading. This is reading. Look at this bit. I'm not quitter. Glad to see you're still here, Melted Ark. And by glad, I mean I'm going to kill you. Oh wait, I can't say that. I mean, I'm Twitch. This is no threat. I the Melted Ark is my hated foe. Peter Griffin in Fortnite. Peter Griffin's got the biggest booty in Fortnite. Um, well, thank you for sticking with me. Those who stuck with me, two of you here. Melted Ark. I hate you, Melted Ark. I hate you with a burning passion. I think two viewers. One of them might be me, actually. Now that I think about it, because I am viewing, so it's just me and you, Melted Ark. That's okay. I also don't get the proper amount of viewers. This reported to me. That's okay. All right. Katawa Shoujo didn't even get through Arc 1. And I think there's 4 of them in Katawa Shoujo. Let me see. Let me look. Act 4. Yeah, there's 4 acts. Didn't even finish the first one. So it's definitely going to be another stream. More like another few streams. Katawa Shoujo here. But I might splice it in together with some book readings, some real book readings, some physical book readings for next stream. I always give these updates at the end of each stream, but they should be. I don't like Twitch's version of Stone Cold Bootery. There'll be real books here, physical books next. Don't know what yet though. Oh well. Melted Ark, I hate you. I hate everyone. This world is rotten. Goodbye. Go read a book. Get off the internet. That's enough internet time for us today. Time to go see real life. Well, there's still any amount of daylight left on this cold December Saturday. I hate you, Melted Ark. All right. See y'all around. Bye.